Good morning, everybody. Morning, Caesar. Today should be an interesting day for sure. The CPI number is going to come out in about, what is that? About 13 minutes. We should see some market movement. We'll see for sure once the number comes out. What to expect, right? And the way that I have been taught to trade this is to never really look at the number, just watch the chart, and then when the number comes out, we'll see the chart respond. And what we need to do initially is just mark that impulse area. So number comes out, wherever the market starts to impulse, whichever way it starts to go, that's the way that we want to mark. And then we want to be looking to either trade above or below that level. Oops. I keep getting these comments on YouTube that says The Legend of Kiss, Uno Snoken is my idol. He's a person I aspire to be. He's the light of day. What is that? Snokens? Like a racist term because I'm white? Oh, and I got back in touch with that pirate stream guy that trades ES as well, and he's also a student of Jim Dalton, and he said that he would come on the stream one day, which would be cool just to count like a compare and contrast our our trading styles, like what we look for. Um
That's cool.
yeah.
I don't think he gets up this early. So you're
We'll probably do it we're gonna do it on my channel. I said we could do it on his channel because he gets more like viewers, I think, but he said he'd rather do it on my channel. If we want to do it on his channel, we'd have to edit it, and that makes sense because I say all kinds of crazy shit all the time. But he said he would come on our channel and just tell his people to cruise through, and it would be cool because the profile is so versatile, and it really just reflects human psychology, so everyone's psychology is kind of expressed in there and where you decide to get to trade and stuff like that. Like, I know one of the things that he had talked about is that he doesn't consider this like a 45-degree angle. um but a lot of times that's something that I do consider a 45-degree angle, even though this down move, I'm pretty sure, was the last one down. Oh, second to last. Yeah, so second to last one down. I still look at that like, these buyers are stepping up and sellers are kind of shutting down. What the fuck is that?
that's
Oh,
interesting because I've heard him say that acts as resistance before.
this?
The 45-degree angle thing.
Yeah, but he doesn't like the 45-degree angle if it has excess on it. Because normally, like, the 45-degree angle by the book wouldn't have this excess on it. It would just be 45 degrees from the bottom. Um, so it wouldn't have this excess, and that shows more that buyers are shutting price down here. Like, so, because, like, when you have like a poor low, and it would show that buyers are just stepping up and just absorbing all that, and then that gets that 45-degree angle. They're just like incrementally stepping up and taking every offer that's put out on the book. Who's drawing on my screen? um did you guys see this? Souls. Oh, it's at $62. I thought someone said it was $5. Oh, it's a weekly chart. Yeah, I thought someone said Soul went down to $5. Oh, was it Luna? Oh, it must have been Luna. Oh yeah, it was. I mean,
Luna is
shit.
under the dollar now.
This thing is just getting just murdered. Oh my goodness. Ouch. $1.23. Holy shoot.
Fucking hell. Yeah. I saw something about their stablecoin losing its peg down to 60 something cents.
Yeah, I saw something. I was reading something like that too yesterday, and then Poke posted something today about like how basically it was kind of a setup. Like somebody figured out the loophole, which that's what people do, and exploited it and just fucking just wrecked that project. Morning Jamie. Morning Otto. Morning Trin. Morning Sniper Wolf Fangirl. See, did I say that one right? Couple S. About 6 minutes until the report comes out. Morning, Tommy. Let me go ahead and post this as well. I guess that white Discord's here to stay because for some reason I just it needs like some authentication code, and all of the authentication codes that Discord gives me are 8 digits and it wants a 6-digit code, and I'm like, well, guess you're fucked then. You never have it. That was your kid? That is fucking funny. It's funny. What's up, Young Cryptic? Mr. Red, what is going on? Yeah, that's funny. There is a public webinar from Jim Dalton this Thursday at 8 a.m. to 8:45 Pacific time. But it says conditions leading to being whipsawed. That's what he's going to talk about, and then he'll probably talk about his upcoming intensive this summer. If you are going to take his intensive, and someone sent me a message on Discord this morning, or maybe last night that I saw. If you are going to take his intensive, I do recommend like at least taking his introduction class. I forget what it's called. Let me see. Because he has 2 classes.
You mean Kickstart series?
He has one called Foundations and Application of the Market Profile, and then the second course that he has on his website is Advanced Nuances and Exceptions. I would recommend at least taking that one before, and you have till June. I think that intensive starts in June. Where's this intensive at? What is it? What is it? Let me see. I'm trying to find his video right here. Yeah, so his summer intensive is June 1st to June 30th. Typically he'll start posting like a couple of days, like probably like a week early or something. He'll start posting daily reports and stuff. You know, I think his intensives are great. They're on sale right now for $1,200. Definitely worth it. I just, think that you'd be doing yourself a disservice if you don't have that first course down, right? Not all of my I guess I mean it's pretty similar. If you've been excuse me, if you've been hanging with me for a while, you know, I pretty much model the way that I do things off of the way that he does things, with just, you know, a little bit of razzle dazzle instead, a little bit of my own flair. Whereas he's pretty cut and dry and straight to the point and doesn't mess around. That's a thing too. Like if you do take his intensive, and you are more on the beginner side, he doesn't really have a ton of patience for questions that he doesn't want to answer. So just be prepared that if you ask a question that to him seems like it's looking for a trade, he's just not going to respond, or he'll just tell you that that was a stupid question. It's kind of funny to listen to because he does it a bunch. If we look here, these are the sectors, right? We've got technology getting above its high for now from yesterday. We've got healthcare, you know, tried to peak above its high from yesterday, didn't make it. XLY, consumer discretionary, trying to make its way up. Financials still look like shit. Communication services don't look bad. Consumer staples trying to make its way up and hold. And then Apple, we can see, has moved up and kind of holding, just chopping back and forth. Overnight, we see, you know, Bitcoin's up 1%, oil's up 3%, back over $100, which isn't great for the market, but can be better on down days. And let me explain this to you guys for a second. So the Dow is made up of a lot of energy companies, right? And so if oil goes down, the Dow will go with it, especially if energy really starts to get punished. And so we finally saw the Dow break this previous low. Oh, there we go. Oh, shit. Hang on. Oh,
Oh shit.
hang on. Let me turn that alarm off. Sorry, I had up there the alarm just in case. So just let it settle here. Don't try to trade any of this volatility. Remember, the move was from here. We'll just put up a line. Oops. Just let the volatility just wear itself out. No need to try to get involved in something that's jumping around 3, 4, 5 points at a time. I mean, there's just zeros all over the board here. There's no reason to try to get yourself involved in this. Just let this thing do what it wants to do first. So checking back to the low of Globex here, where it kind of all started, looks like it's gonna go a little bit of excess there. Look for that continuation. Remember, it's still inside yesterday's range. So what we're monitoring for is continuation down below the low or continuation up above the high. Bitcoin's selling a little bit as well. If the market gets back above 39.8875, there might be some opportunity to take that thing back up to like 4,009. But yeah, it's so thin, it's better just to relax and let it work itself out. Seems to be holding that excess fairly decent here. More sellers moving in. Like they want some more downside maybe. Or they might be getting stuck. They're selling the bottom. So that 39.8 or 39.98, I mean 39.98 above that could give you to that 409, 410 maybe. Or we see a bit of resistance up here. half back. Let's see if we can capture the settle. Remember where the impulse was at. Impulse was all the way from up here. Let me change this real quick. Here we go. There's that settle. So this should run us back up to the 410, I think, or the 4010 if they hold this settle here. So remember the initial impulse was down and the market's trying to climb back up above it. Let's see what they give us here. They crack this 98. Really what I'm looking for. Struggling up there. So it seems like the seller's still out there and they're in this kind of 98 to 4,000 level. 39.98 to 4,000, but above that should probably take it right back to the 10, that half back. Bitcoin's still coming down here, so that's not really great for the market. Buyers sitting on that 93, 200 lots. They just got ran through. Buyers look to try to be stepping up here. No success. They're fighting their hearts out here. Sellers are getting heavy down here below the last and trying to push this thing down below the low of yesterday. Which just seems like they're, what happened yesterday and the day before yesterday, they're just kind of running out of steam. But with Bitcoin coming down like it is, I don't think I would be looking for longs unless we stay above that settle. What were the CPI numbers? You can't find them? I could find them for you. They're really not that important, to be honest with you. But I can get them for you. They're right here. CPI was 0.03 versus 1.2 previous, estimated 0.02. 8.3 versus 8.5 previous, estimated 8.1. Core CPI 0.06 versus 0.03, estimated 0.04. Year over year 6.2 versus 6.5 previous, estimated 6.0. So they were over all of the numbers, but CPI. Look for CPI chart. So here we can see the chart, and lately it's been popping up pretty big. We are in May. Let's see what that was, the May number. Back down into the excess here for Globex. People are trying to sell down here 84. What was this number? it was 8.3. Here's 8.5. It went down just a smidge. So here's 8.3 right here. Just a smidge. It's estimated 8.1. So it wasn't quite down to the estimation, and this is for all items. Let's see. Energy. Food and energy went up. So this is kind of like, you know, the things that we have to pay attention to. You can see gas is coming down, energy went up, food went up, food away from home went up. Natural gas, which matters for people like living not in the city. Look, there goes the market just heading lower. Electricity bounced up. All items except food and energy, which is how people measure inflation. That's the 6.2 number. Let's look at for medical care. Medical care came down. Shelter went up. Damn, 4.4 to 5.1. Education. Look at the volume coming in here. Below this low here, the target becomes 33. Look at Bitcoin just getting crushed. And Bitcoin's down $1,000. Morning, GB. Yeah, it probably could have. It could have double R could have been a little buy order. Morning, LUP. Morning, Peter. Morning, Alex. You know, the market doesn't really react. I mean, I don't know. I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't track the numbers. I don't think they're measured correctly. I don't really care about them. I just monitor for after trade. So like basically today, the way that I'll trade this for the rest of the day is looking to sell rallies until we get above this CPI number. So originally, my trade plan was like the 19 to 23 level that I had, and if we could get above that 19 to 23, look to test the 50. Looks like that already happened overnight, so I might have missed that move. And so now with the CPI number coming out, I'm going to be using this 38 as a flip zone. So if we can get up here, establish some dominance, you know, I'll look to test that 50 and then maybe that balance high. But until then, the downside seems like the way to go. But just be careful, because a lot of times after this happens, you know, this is emotional. The number comes out, people are like, oh my God, the market's crashing. Inflation is through the roof. Nobody's going to be able to afford oxygen. And then all of a sudden, boom, the market just starts ripping back up. You shorted Luna last night? Good for you. We were just looking at that. That is amazing. Down to $1. Yeah, so the CPI was supposed to be 8.1. It came out 8.3, and it looks like that's what people are reacting to initially. Not a big miss, but basically people were looking at it saying that last month's 8.5 was going to be the biggest for the rest of the year, and you know, this one's pretty close to that one, and they're probably just assuming, well, maybe it won't be the biggest one, and maybe we're not done. Maybe inflation's still here to stay. Maybe they're just finally realizing what's going on in the world. See, people do all kinds of stupid shit like this. Like, this is CPI broken down by region. Tell me what you get from this. Yeah, I didn't think so. Nothing. A waste of time. I mean, unless you're a bigger firm and you've got like positions all over and you need to be managing all over the place. But for us, just day trading, that the number itself really doesn't matter that much. But everyone's posting shit like the nightmare continues, the market's crashing. And with all the fear in the market, when something bad like this happens, I mean, this isn't really bad though, that's the thing, so I hate to say that. When something like this happens and fear kicks on even more, then, you know, that's what can cause, like, you know, further downside. Lord MacGyver, what's up? CPI is lower, telling us that March peaked and yet tanking. So yeah, and then Jinsu, if you've been watching the market, I mean, basically since COVID, it started doing this. We get good news and then bad news happens, or bad news, and then the market goes up. It's just been kind of doing that. 28817 is the number that BTC has to hold, Mark. Let's see if it can do it. It's holding so far for now. I mean, really, in order for Bitcoin to maintain its balance, it just needs to hold this low here, right? Because we can see we're kind of in this 2-day balance. So as long as it holds this low here, then there's good odds that it will continue balancing. Even if it peaks below that low a little bit but comes back in, it can still just continue to balance. Same thing with the ES as well, which is what, you know, we've got to be paying attention to as well. When it gets down to this low, we've got to be monitoring for continuation or buyers coming in. So hell yeah, nice, good stuff, LEP. So you're seeing all this volume form a little bit off of the low here, right? And now we're looks like trying to head back up. We'll see how it acts in this low volume area if sellers try to resell it that didn't get an opportunity before. And this is kind of a key, guys. One thing I will say, Crypto Mojo, what's up, man? If this low doesn't get taken, a lot of times this overnight inventory, especially the volume, is really light, right? It's not heavy volume for the overnight session. Well, I mean, heavier than normal, but not really anything too crazy. If this doesn't break and then the market opens and doesn't break this low, don't get short, because chances are this thing is gonna just take off like a bat out of hell. If the low gets broken, that changes the story, but if that low doesn't get broken, you can see these overnight traders just get wrecked, and they can get wrecked quick on the open, which we still have, you know, 45 minutes until the open, but gotta let the market settle, let it figure out what it wants to do. And you can see, I mean, overnight inventory looked for the most part long, and then, you know, we had this we had kind of a down move start, and then as soon as the number actually hit the wire, market started to drop. Bitcoin's still going. Bitcoin's going for that low here. Take a look at the NASDAQ. Sorry about that, guys. The NASDAQ hasn't taken out yesterday's low yet either. But Bitcoin did. Yeah, low 20s. I could see that. Yeah, that's what we were looking at yesterday. I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised, like I said, a couple of weeks ago, well, just last week really, when Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett got on and they were just kind of, bashing crypto, saying they wouldn't buy it with all the $25 or whatever, all the crypto with $25. That could have just been a little scheme to get people to sell it. And they're like, oh, Warren Buffett, smartest investor on earth, isn't going to buy crypto. Well, then why am I buying it? And they start dumping it pretty much all over. Like the whole crypto market just got, smacked. And also, I'm kind of expecting more pain for crypto because if you guys saw Coinbase's earnings yesterday, they were not good. I think Coinbase was down like 19% after hours. Let's see. Bitcoin's pushing through the lows here. Yeah, see, look at Coinbase. Coinbase earnings yesterday, big miss, a big surprise miss too. They estimated to be positive and they were not. And it has to do with like how many people are actually trading now. Oh yeah, they're getting fucking smacked. Euro futures are holding. The yen futures are holding. Dollar's still looking good to break out. Pound still looks like shit. Nothing's really too different. Making a little bit lower here, looking for that low. Remember these overnight traders, very visual creatures they are. And so they're looking to trade to a specific spot, and it's going to be yesterday's low. Luna's breaking down. Let's see. Oh my god, 90 cents. Oh, that's on KuCoin. Oof. Luna is just getting fucking crushed. Oh my god. I mean, you wonder, like, all of these coins, if they're just gonna go to zero. Even ADA, I mean, getting massacred. My boy BNB. Getting the Smackarooski too. Not ideal. Soul's a big one too. Even ETH is coming down a bit as well. I don't know what I'll do. I've taken a lot of profit on my ETH, but my average on ETH is like 870 or something. And if it gets back down, I don't know if I just want to get rid of it or if I hold it or what. Pulled an all-nighter for the. It might. I mean, you never know. It might just be a rug pull. Who knows? I didn't talk about the dollar trend. Really, I mean, really, the dollar just kind of looks strong. Still just, breaking out above its monthly range. You can see if we even switch back a little bit farther. Yeah, so you can see there's the monthly range here, and it's, breaking out towards the high. And I mean, it's been going up basically since May 2000. I mean, this May 2014, March 2018. It made a major low, right? The market came down hard there. Major lows, January 2021. Then it started to rise. So, I mean, in reality, I'm thinking like when the dollar starts to roll over is when the market's gonna actually, it might cause a crash in all markets, not just our market. It might cause a crash in pretty much every market. And that's what I've been kind of waiting for, because the yen is getting crushed, the euro is getting crushed, the pound's getting crushed. The rest of the currencies don't really do much. So we broke yesterday's low, and we monitor for continuation. So let's watch to see if volume's going to pour down in here and give us a little bit of continuation. The volume is fairly thin right now, so it's tough to tell. Remember, the breakout and continuation should take us to 33. Let's say 39.50 is a fairly, what would we say, psychological reference, right? 39.50, it's going to be easy to say, it's easy to see. Next level down, probably 39. I mean, really, yeah, 39.33 is like the only level that I have. $753 contracts traded on that low, all on the bid. So a little bit of buying down here, responsive buying below yesterday's low. Even oil pulled back a little bit from that. Basically everything flipped from red, or from green to red. The ES is now down 1%. Gold's down 0.3. Nasdaq's down 1.8. The Russell's down 0.7. The Dow's down 0.7. And bonds are down 0.5. So we can see the ES and the Nasdaq really paying the price here. And, that makes sense because, a lot of these tech stocks are not going to get a ton of love. There goes the break. A lot of these tech stocks are not going to get a ton of love if if people need money, right? People start selling off the things that are the most risky first, and those high beta tech stocks are going to be the first. Well, crypto is obviously the first to go, and then those high beta tech stocks will be second. And if people start selling gold, then then we'll know we're in trouble. So we peak down below. Look at all the contracts that trade on this 39.50, and the market starts to rally. So we came down right here on this 39.50. There were 759 contracts traded on it. They busted through it and then trade right back above it. So there's a responsive buyer down here. 39 contracts trade on that low. And we'll see, if when the market gets back up, maybe like 39.60, 39.62-ish area, that low volume, if sellers are going to move down from that 39.70 where we saw more volume, jump in the market and try to sell it. Bitcoin's been a leader lately. It's been kind of guiding the market around. You know, if Bitcoin starts to make a move, then a lot of times we see some of the futures markets start to jump on board and kind of follow it. You see some buyers trying to step up right here on the 39.54. See if they can hold it. Yeah, I don't know about that, Caesar. I'm not sure. That would be a question for somebody else. If anyone can answer that question and wants to pop up on the mic and let us know, that'd be cool, because I'd like to know that answer too. I don't know a lot about like how the inner workings of crypto happens. I just know how to trade it. That's it. And that might help me actually, because I don't know a lot of the inner workings, so I don't really pay attention to the projects, just look at the setups. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. I just thought maybe USDT is paired with the dollar, so it might not be as easy to wreck.
USDC is dollar to dollar backed and audited. USDT is not. USDT, nobody really knows exactly what's going on there. That's what makes it scary. But USDC
what the
is
fuck
backed
happened here? Oh, there you
is
go.
backed by Gemini, and they audit it monthly.
So buyers held that 54 for now. Starting to see a little bit of short covering come out. Remember, watch that 62 to 63-ish area. It was a weak spot on volume, and that's where it would make sense if these sellers from this, you know, the 72 to the 71. Oh, you know what? Now that I'm looking at this, I wonder if those are stop losses. So it looks like somebody was responsively buying yesterday's low. You look at the volume, look where all the volume came in. Looks like someone bought yesterday's low, and then this was just a liquidation of these people. They just gave up on that position, and it looks like they bought in a little bit lower down here at 39.50. A real psychological number. So let's see if they get back, especially if they get back up to this low, they might start to buy. But watch the 70 to 72 or 60 to 62 level here to see if they're gonna move down and try to offer this thing off again. But for now, that 50 is going to be acting as support, and in reality, the 54 as well. 50 to 54 is acting as support for now. Yeah, if anybody knows about that, USDT, that'd be dope. Rip Bitcoin. That Bitcoin is getting ripped pretty badly. And what's the micro strategy? I think it's like 21,000 they're buying. $21K. Yeah, it's at a crucial support for sure. If we go back over to this chart and we just look at Bitcoin on the monthly, I mean, you can kind of see you've got all these previous month lows that it's trying to break below here, right? Switch it over to the weekly, similar idea. So, I mean, this is kind of what we talked about yesterday. The next support below this is really down here, and if we switch to the daily, and we look on Bitcoin futures, there's a gap right here. So You can see we're coming down to these lows just on the weekly still, but there's a gap right here down from like 26 to 24. So it would make sense to try to get down in there and maybe try to fill that gap. There is a gap above on the futures as well. But I mean, we've just been done one time framing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks in a row now. Seeing some buying step up here on the 60. Bullish divergence on the 1 minute on Bitcoin. Ooh. I kind of want to give it a go here. See if it can do 60, but it's my trade plan, so I shall not. Tesla's around the same, like 500. Tesla is? No. Let's look on the 30 minute. Not yet. We'll see what happens on market open. That'll be interesting. Damn it. Yeah, it looks like they're holding that 60 pretty decently here, guys. The 60 to 58 might give us a test of that 70 again. Oh, they're buying. Oh, okay, okay, I see. I think it's 21,000. Oh, I don't know about Tesla though. But I think MicroStrategy is 21,000. If it's shorts taking profit, it's tough to tell. There's a lot of volume down here, so I imagine it's a bit of both, right? There's probably some late momentum traders trying to pile on at the low because they missed the opportunity, and then there's probably some people trying to buy the low because people try to time everything out the right way, because they want to be right, unfortunately, when that really doesn't matter. And also, you know, it could be profit taking as well, definitely. Yeah, thanks on crypto. What's your name? Your actual name, if you don't mind. I'll tell you by that. Just makes it easier. It is 21K, Cam. Thanks. I like to call everyone by their name. It's easier for me. Jake. Oh, okay, cool. That's so like the family that I'm always talking about, and how my son's name is Curtis. The older brother, his name is Jake Curtis. So that's an easy name to remember for me. He's like a brother for me. Thanks. That would have been a pretty decent trade. It looks like it's gonna pop right up to the 70. It looked like they were just holding that 60 as support, and it looked like a good opportunity right there to trade back to this low to see if they want to resell it here. Especially once it entered the previous day's low and then started to get a little bit of volume, got above that 60 and really never came back. Like it would have been a pretty decent move. It's not 21K. It's margin call around 3,500. Oh yeah, so they're chilling. Yo, and he said that they'll never sell anyways. Michael Saylor did. Automatically promoted to brother status. Yeah, that's all it takes. Get the same name. If anyone's name is Paul, my older brother's name is Paul, so get promoted. Michael Saylor said in an interview that they'll never sell. I'll never tell. Yeah. A little he's like fucking Captain Barbosa. He's gonna go down with the ship. Gonna turn into the fucking what's that thing called? What's the second ship called in Pirates of the Caribbean 2? Not the Black Pearl.
Queen Anne's Revenge.
It's like the Davy Jones locker or something. Damn it. I need to rewatch that series. Only 205 million. Oh, the majority of their Bitcoin is not leveraged? Oh, 205 million, that's really not that much. If you guys saw, what was that, Tiger Global? They got blown out recently as well. When's this from? This is from today. Tiger Global hit by $17 billion in hedge fund losses, has nearly depleted its latest VC fund. So this is kind of what we were talking about a couple of days ago, that we were kind of looking when the market was getting beat up like this last week, when we were just kind of just drifting lower and lower, especially when we had that 3% up day and that 3% down day. We are kind of expecting to hear about a liquidation of a bigger hedge fund, and it finally came out yesterday. So it was this Tiger Global taking some pretty extensive losses around the tune of $17 billion. And it erased about 2/3 of its gain since 2001. Oh my god, can you imagine just building up an account since fucking Y2K and then just losing all your money? Oh my god, fucking that's window worthy right there. That's the Japanese wall of shame. You just fucking send it off. I haven't seen Doctor Strange yet, Jamie. No, I gotta go see it, and then I gotta see if it's okay for my kids to see it, and then I'll see it again with them. But I don't think it's gonna be. It's supposed to be like a horror movie, isn't it?
It was a little
If
tough for my
anything,
Lego.
if it's definitely not appropriate for kids, I'll probably just wait and go see it with my brother. My older brother's a fucking nerd, so he knows all like the inner workings of Marvel and multiverses and all that shit. So if the movie's going on and I get really confused, I'm like, yo, what the fuck's happening? And then he just tells me, so it's cool. I do love me some Doctor Strange, though. Doctor Strange's first movie was like one of the best movies. Maybe besides Guardians of the Galaxy, I think those were the funniest. Your husband
My
explains it to you as you watch. Yeah, that's what I gotta have my brother for. I mean, I know most of like the the normal or like not normal, I guess, but like the standard stories, right? Like I know the story of Iron Man, Spider-Man, but like when you start throwing in all these other characters, like I've seen all the original Marvels, you know, so I know all the backstories and stuff. My favorite character is the Hulk. Maybe Thor. He's just so funny. But and I do have a Odin tattoo, so would make sense. Yeah, the new Guardians is gonna be so funny because it's gonna be with Thor in it. It's gonna be fucking hilarious. And then the new Thor movie is gonna be hilarious too. That Love or Thunder, and Natalie Portman's back, so everyone's excited. And the Thor movies were good too. So look at them just battling over this prior day low, right? This well, at this rate it'll be the T2 low, but the 39.70, they're just really trying to hold it below this 39.70, it seems. Bitcoin's coming back down here. You can see our little volume half pipe forming here. We got these single prints above in Globex. We had single prints that got filled from the CPI move. Single prints in Globex, I really don't put too much weight on unless we're still in Globex. Then I kind of just wait to see, you know, where that longer term time frame trader is going to come in. But I mean, they're acting as resistance for now, and we can see mainly just a lack of volume. Getting all this volume here, and then you kind of have a little cliff here, which isn't ideal. So if the market gets below this number here, that's where we can really start to fall off. But into this area, you know, whether it gets accepted or not, in Globex, it can be a little bit different. It could just run back up and try to get back to the point of control. I still think longs are a fairly dangerous game right now until the market starts to chill. 205 million long-term loan and needs to maintain 410 million as collateral. MSTR has 115 BTC that they can pledge if the price could post some other collateral. Yeah, so Sailor's chilling then. I mean, Sailor's an early adopter. I mean, he's a dreamer as well too, but all the good ones are. I was reading my book yesterday, The Black Swan, and it's talking about basically like people that invent things or like smart people, and it says the smartest of smart people become doctors or inventors, men of science. And it said other smart people that are not creative become politicians. And I said, damn, that's a pretty good way to put it. And that kind of, it alludes to the point where, you know, you have kind of some people that are not really free thinking and only fixated on monetary gains. And, you know, the easiest way to get there is to juice your way in. About 15 minutes until the open here. Jake, are you taking those notes on a tablet or what is that? I was reading your journal. It looks good.
I bought an iPad mini a couple days ago. Can you hear me, Brad?
So look, they got a opportunity to sell that prior day's low or T2 low, and it looks like they didn't have the juice here, and now we're gonna see probably a squeeze up to 75. Well, there's 75. What's this number? 80. Maybe squeeze up to 80. And then looks like the rest of the volume probably up to that 90 or maybe 88 to that last See how we act in our half pipe here. See if we have the momentum coming down off of here to roll up to the last. You can hear me? Can hear you. You mean you can't hear me, Crispy? Or you can hear me? And cannot?
Can you hear us when we're speaking, Brad?
But yeah, Jake, let me know if you hear me, if you can, what you're taking notes on, because I actually really like that, and it's a lot easier than having to have a notebook. If I could do this on my iPad, it looks like it's on your phone, maybe.
Can you hear me right now? I'm talking to
I'm
you.
not sure. Oh, maybe I can't hear you guys. That's what it is.
Yeah, I can
Headphones
hear
are
him. Brad, can you
on.
hear me? Yeah, I don't think Brad can hear
Cannot
us.
hear you guys.
That's weird. How come I can hear you and you can hear me, but he can't hear us?
Let me see.
I don't know.
iPad
Do you
mini?
guys have
Oh,
me?
okay. Damn it.
Yeah, I bought the
Wonder
new
why I can't-
iPad mini, but
Oh, that's weird, because the desktop audio
like
can
the
hear
same
you, because I
size.
can hear the desktop audio, or I can see the desktop audio moving my thing. Let me change this.
I'm on my iPad mini actually right now.
Now say something?
Can you hear us now?
Can you hear me now?
Nope, we still can't
Nope.
hear us.
Yeah, here, try to say something now. See if I can hear you.
Check 1 2. Check.
Hello. Nope.
Nope. The fuck's the deal here? That's why. Okay.
How about now?
Says the headphones
no.
are connected. Your phone. Oops. Can you hear me now? I don't know why I can't hear you.
Like me
Oh, there we
now.
go. Now I can hear you.
He's back.
Finally. Okay. Nice. Well, the market did run up to that 85 and looking to go to that 90. You're seeing a big order 520 sit on that 85 now. Bullish divergence starting to form on the 1 hour on the Bitcoin. Yeah, I mean, pretty good retracement here. So what we're looking for here, right, especially on Bitcoin, and the same thing on the ES, it's just I don't put a ton of weight in Globex. I think we still might test it during cash session, but we have balance right here. This is a look below balance. Look for it to test back in, get accepted, and continue to balance. If not, rejection. And we're looking for this number here, this 25. Pretty sure that's where the gap was at. What do we say? Yeah. Equal 26 to 24.5. Okay. Yeah, so 25, not 5.8. About the spot. Oh, nice, perishable. Good stuff. Bitcoin halving cycles. Let's just open. Well, this is an article from one of our team members. Let's read it real quick. What you're looking at here is a very simple chart. I've charted each halving date and I've identified 4 cycles that have taken place: initial halving, markup phase, markdown phase, and bridge. With each halving date, it usually takes around 120 days to really get the markup phase going. You will see this period of time identified as light green, bar running vertically down the chart, and this is the beginning of our first cycle. Here. Each cycle has its own respective time frame, but it's not an exact duration. We have our initial halving at 120 plus days, as well as the markup phase and markdown phase averaging around 400 days, and the bridge lasting a little longer than 450 days. Knowing the 4-year cycle is one thing, but actually visualizing the dates on a chart and making tangible entrances and exits are what have been allowing me to manage risk appropriately and take advantage of selling and buying opportunities. Of course, I'm using BTC as a proxy for the entire digital asset market. I'm looking for that order that was on 85. It's gone now. So there was like a 500 lot order on 85. It's gone. I didn't see if it traded or not though. Total market cap is better for understanding macro movements. While this may be the case, we cannot deny the catalyst that is the halving. It is what propels us to all-time highs, and that is what drives the scarcity aspect in the immutable cryptographic decentralized ledger. If you find yourself here, know that you've been in a bear market for at least 7 months now. If anyone was asking for my analysis, I assume we go sideways or bleed more until the end of the current bear cycle, November 22. That's about 6 months, and then we hit the bridge, which again usually lasts around 400 days. We are typically bullish at the beginning of this phase and range under all-time highs throughout the rest of the cycle. So I could imagine a little rally here and there, but mostly sideways or slow grind to previous highs. In the past 2 bear markets, we've had around an 80% fall from the all-time highs and 80% fall from the current all-time high, which is roughly around 14,000. Bitcoin is currently trading at 31,277, a little bit lower now. Although we have caught a local bottom here, 29,646, I believe that there are too many macro events going on to call a bottom now. I definitely agree with that. With the Fed not showing any signs of letting up, looming war and food shortages, this is so key. It's my opinion that the Fed will keep a hawkish stance until something breaks or until they're pressured by Congress to alleviate the bleeding. Genius. Thank you for your time, and if you care for my analysis or to look a little bit more closely, I spend far too much time on the Icon Discord server, shamelessly shill. It is easily my favorite I don't know how to say that word, protocol. I've made great friends with the team, and I am community admin over at the Price channel. If Discord isn't your jam, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, all the appropriate channels below. And this is from Bearish Bull. Everybody knows Bearish Bull. Been around for forever. So this is really cool. Yeah, this is really cool. Nice. I'll post this for you guys so you guys can jump on there if you want as well. Yeah, Bearish Bull's a really cool dude, and he's got good analysis, and he puts a lot of work into what he does too. So let me check it out. Also, S&P is at the daily volume cluster. Is it going to jump off? This projected. Yeah, Lord MacGyver, I'm kind of thinking the same thing. I'm wondering. I was kind of honestly hoping that we didn't break the previous day's low. So as soon as the cash opened and we got an offer down, I could maybe buy it if we don't break this cash low and look for a nice long trade. But now we're kind of opening up in balance, and so we can kind of expect the chop fest to be underway. Luna's pumping now.
Yeah, it's more than doubled in price from its low.
Yeah, I mean, that's just something. If you're gonna trade that, you want to trade low leverage, and you want to be able to have, you know, a big stop. I mean, it's already so low, you kind of missed it. I'm talking about myself. I missed it for sure. Back a little from that 90. Pulling back a little bit from that 90. Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering. I didn't get to see that trade. If that 500 lot order trade on the 85 doesn't look like it though. Now you're seeing sellers trying to step in on the 80 and try to push it down lower. What do we got? We got like 2 minutes until the open. So we're gonna open inside yesterday's value with overnight inventory for the most part balanced, I would say, just because we were long and then got that correction. So I would say overnight inventory is fairly balanced. And I kind of expect us to just be choppy. So I don't think, I don't know if there'll be any early trades early on. I do like if the market opens up and can't break the previous day's low, especially since we saw that nice bounce off that 50 and really off that 60. This area down here may act as support, and we might be able to catch a responsive long down from the low. Here we go. There's the open. A little bit of an auction up. Just real choppy, kind of back and forth through the open here already. Back and forth to the open, I mean. But hasn't really got below it with any volume, so let's see if they try to hold above and then break. There it goes. But look for continuation. Remember, to the downside, we still have this kind of weak volume from the blowback session. So let's see if they try to pour this in here and head it back down to that 70 where it seemed that they had a little bit of support. It also happens to be the T2 low. Back at the open. So yeah, relatively choppy as expected. So there's a little bit of steam. There you go. Look for this 10 here. If we can get support on this 01 to 03, that 10 level looks like the level up. Maybe 10 to like 15. Where that volume kind of dies off. Decent size order sitting on the 3 here, 200 lots. Buyers try to step in on the 00. There they go. They step back up and give it right back up. Back above, back below. Just a little battle over this 4,000. Notice how when it's ticking down, right, it seems like it's like tick, 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 and then rips back up. Well, if it rips back up and then keeps ticking down, that's letting you know that, you know, you're probably getting a little bit of short covering, which is causing that little pop back up, and then sellers are coming back down to re-offer it. When it pops back up, you want to see it hold. I mean, if you're looking for a long, you want to see it pop back up and you want to see it hold. You don't want to see it tick all the way back down to where it impulsed from. That's not really a sign of strength, sign of weakness. Back to the open. We saw short covering here last time. Let's see if sellers are going to move down and try to sell this low here and bring us back down to that 70 level. So watch for the
So wouldn't
response
that be a
here.
good,
Oh, what's up?
let's say, wouldn't that be a good area for a short right there if you know it's coming down?
I mean, it could be, yeah. You could have shorted the open. Just not something that's in my trade plan, but definitely, you know, definitely there's opportunity there for sure. Just not something that I kind of planned on trading, so I'm just staying it out right now. I kind of expect the market to maybe just chop around a bit until we get a decisive move. And so, you know, on balance, especially today, the CPI number did take us below yesterday's low, so I'm leaning downside for sure, looking to sell some rallies until we get I mean, really back above that. I mean, shit. There's just resistance up here, so really back above, until we get back above that 23 level. CPI is still way up there, so comes close to the 70 there, bounces up about 7 points. Nagum WA Suck. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. BTC struggling. Yeah, BTC looks like I mean, so when you see something like this, right? What you really got to monitor for is going to be that continuation. So we had this liquidation move down, and then you're starting to see this B shape start to form. There goes that 70. So back down to that T2 low. But you see this B shape start to form. Unless you get continuation, this is basically just telling you that this selling was just liquidation, and there's decent odds that the market returns back to value. But if the low breaks, then you know then you'll know for sure that it wasn't just a liquidation. Back to this kind of battle zone that they had during Globex. And it's the T2 low as well.
So do you still entertain the fact that that's the bottom of a spike? Or since it was 2 days ago, do you not pay attention to it anymore?
Yeah, that's not, I wouldn't consider it a spike anymore, yeah. It's already been kind of filled in and stuff, and we traded below it.
Like
so-
traded through yesterday, okay.
Right.
Good to know.
I mean, you can still use it as a reference, like, but just the low, right? Just the low,
Right.
because you know it's they can see that, and so people buy it.
It's like mechanical.
Exactly. Like a soccer match, yeah. Trader Tino on Trader's Reality, he's going mental. Is he? He I've listened to him a couple times. I haven't listened to him in a long while. What's he going mental about? That Bitcoin came down a little bit? I mean, I feel like this drop here wasn't really, you know, too different than this drop that we just had beginning of the month, and that's only 5 days ago. I don't even know if it was as big. 39 to 36. It was bigger back then. This is 31 to 29. Ooh. Hope this thing goes all the way up to 90. I might have low tick this little bad boy. That's so funny, Alex.
This is the trader's reality guy.
Oh, is he going? He's going crazy.
Well, I mean, he's just a funny guy. It's just funny that he's so emotional, and I don't know.
Yeah, he's funny. He's good to listen to.
We were gonna go on his show back in the day, me and Ramon actually, back when Ramon was on the mic all the time, and his like handler, like his person that like does all of his like admin stuff, just kind of like invited us on, and then we talked to him for a little bit, and then we just like, oh yeah, let's do a show together, we'll have you guys on, and then just kind of like ghosted us. Limit buys controlling BTC at 29.2. So more selling here at 79.75, or maybe 80 again. Yeah. Mike Dutch. That sounds like the right name. I don't know. I can't remember. This was a while ago that this happened. So and it was Ramon was the one that was talking to him. I just know that eventually it came to the point where it was just like, he wasn't hitting Ramon back, and so we just gave up. So coming back down to that 70, let's see if they can push it underneath that 70. That seems to be the target here. This thing came down to, what was that, like 66 almost? So it seems to be the target here. 70's been kind of a key level today, during Globex, and so far today during the cash session. So let's see what they've got. Seems like if we pop this 39.80, they'd probably get a chance to run back up to that 4K. Started calling opens like a sports commentator. He's an entertainer. It's cool. I mean, he has an accent too, so it's fun to listen to. I like listening to people with accents. Well, accent to me. I mean, maybe for him, I have an accent probably, but so look, it pops that 80 easily, and the target here becomes that 49 or 4K. Got filled at 66.50. Lucky. So not able to get above the settle. Looks like some mechanical sellers just kind of sitting on the settle there. They take it back down pretty far. Add it back up. So it's pretty choppy in here, right? Really bouncing around. You got to be really patient. Yeah, I'll start checking him out. A lot of times I see that he's live, like normally when I'm doing the trade view, I get like a pop-up that says that he's live, because I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed to him. I'm almost positive I am. Yeah,
I can't understand half of what he's saying.
racist. I'm just kidding. Let me just...
Let's see if we're gonna get that recovery. Gold has broken the 200 EMA. The sentiment implies that traders are seeking gold. They want safety. Look, looking to try and come back up. We want to see gold try and break out of this range. Nasdaq trying to come back up.
Oh yeah,
on the
he
news
is.
of inflation
He's
not
getting
being
it.
a problem. Bitcoin still hasn't broken that VWAP right there, ladies and gentlemen. Dollar needs to keep dropping. You keep behaving yourself, dollar. I need to see Bitcoin break that point. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are new to the channel, be sure to like and subscribe, because I will be coming on live later on tonight, 10 p.m. GMT UK time, to check in with all you beautiful people spending your time and listening to me chew your ears off at the speed of a sports commentator, horse racer, dog racing, you name it. I'm going to be there to bring the fire, to make sense of this madness we call trading.
Did you see
Ladies
that
and
they,
gentlemen, I
they
will catch
released
up with
the,
you guys
Pfizer
later
safety
on. Be
report?
careful of
I did not. What did they say? There's that 9. Sorry, hang on. This thing's going up. Sorry, 1 second. So there's the 9. That's what we were looking for. Next target up is the 23 and then the 50. Remember, CPI is at 38. I just closed all of my position except one lot here, so I'm just running one lot. My average is 66.50. Well, it's 3. I filled 3 lots on 66.50, and then I have my last runner, up at 40.50. Just hoping and praying. But anyways, my bad, Kevin. Go ahead. I'm up 87 points. Oh, no, not 87 points. 39 points. What the fuck's going on with this thing? Oh, it must be including some of the Globex trading. That's why I thought it reset at the cash session. Everything's fucked up. When? I guess that's true. Yeah, I guess that does make sense. Right. 924 contracts trade on that top tick, and they were all on the offer. So people trying to lift the offer up there against halfback, which just means there's a seller up there, a mechanical seller selling halfback. So good odds that we probably trade higher. Really like to, I mean, this is just such a chop zone in here. All the way up to like 23. I mean, when I look at yesterday's profile, I see more like this 19 to 23 level being resistance. We're kind of seeing it there now, but when you shoot these profiles together, since they're a balance, you see where that point of control is at. It kind of looks like it's getting a little bit of a push off of that. So people are selling the halfback, the Globex point of control, and this kind of double days point of control as well. If we can keep seeing. So he goes live Tuesdays and Thursdays at the market open. He said he's gonna be live later tonight. Fuck, I don't remember the time. Something GMT. Tell me, I hope you're not getting it. Oh, okay, I'll have to check him. I'll have to listen to him. It is I mean, he was getting it in. Definitely more lively than me, that's for sure. Nice. Yeah, I mean, like I said, TPO is just the building block, like the first step, and then when you start to understand truly like what's happening in the auction, and that sounds, I mean, the way that he utilizes single prints, or he calls them vector candles. Very similar. He comes from, Forex trading, which is basically like the most manipulated market in the whole world. So it makes sense that the switch to crypto is fairly easy because it's manipulated as fuck as well. Oh no, there's money to be made in Forex, bro. Well, look at this thing just fucking rip. Let's go. Jason Casper is on. Order flow is king of the market. I don't know. He's going over the market profile. Tino gang. What's up? Let's see. I mean, we're just going, guys. We're just going. This is a nice little fucking runner we've got going on here. Should have held all three of them, huh? Nice to get up and finish the day early, though. That's for sure. Like I said, the level up here is 50. Here's the CPI at 38, but the level up here is that 50 level, and it seemed to just be the top tick of Globex. Above that 50 starts taking us up to 65, and this is kind of what I was alluding to in the trade view last night. We have both of these previous highs from this week, and then two previous lows from last week, where we made these pretty significant lows before heading down into this lower balance. So it makes sense that this area up here, starting from 50 really to about 69, 55 to 69 really, I guess, is going to act as some resistance or get a bit choppy. Yeah, Bitcoin sure is. And I mean, if Bitcoin breaks up out of balance, the target for that upside out of balance is going to be, I mean, shit, long term, probably back to this 39. That thing's been a magnet. A little bit of pullback there. You only had 27 contracts trade on that top tick that time, and it was actually only 12 contracts, 12 and 15 right next to each other. Max Payne was at 35K. Filled my BTC longs below 30K. Well, shit, you're chilling, Rasta. Sweating now. You friends with TJ? I wouldn't. I don't know if I'd say friends. I'm acquaintance with TJ, and I like him. Yeah, like I don't have any. I've never had any like ill will towards him or anything, and I do like that he has an understanding of the market and how the market makers work. I do enjoy that. It's just tough for me to watch a lot of other YouTubers because I just don't really have a lot of time. Most of the time I spend not streaming, I spend hanging out with my kids. So I don't really do a lot of YouTube watching. I like to watch most of the YouTube that I do watch is mostly centered around like economics, as I'm trying to find like the next move always. Okay, Jason Casper a little shout out. Seen him in a while. Yeah. Yeah, I liked him. Oh, he made a full course on TPO? Dang. Okay. But just be careful because it can be it can be a like knowing a little bit about something can be harmful sometimes. Exactly. Why is this thing not working? Invest answers. Send me this page, I'd have to see. Market's pulling back here a little bit. What in the fuck is going on here? Yeah, just enough to be dangerous, yeah. Casper saying this might be a legit bottom for Bitcoin. I don't know, man. I mean, I want to believe that, but I just don't know, to be honest. Just because of all of the stuff that's going on in the world here, you know. Market's pulling back here a little bit. We weren't able to get quite above that CPI number, coming back down to where value is at. So it looks like a test of that value area high. Look, test of value area high from yesterday. We peaked below value area low from yesterday. Didn't like it. Peaked below that T2 low. Got bought up quickly. Rallied hard, right? So that kind of shows us that there was some late momentum shorts that got trapped and kind of squeezed to the upside. And then, you know, they traded all the way to the opposite side of value. Didn't like the upside. So really, until we break definitively in either direction, we're probably looking at more balance for the rest of the day. And so in this area here, this is kind of the chop zone. 19 to 23 though, above 19 to 23, there's still some opportunity for upside, I think. And if we get above that CPI number with some volume, I think there's opportunity for to just at least test that upside balance. I don't know. I've had a bullish sentiment for like the past 2 days. Took a lot of fucking heat on Monday, that's for goddamn sure, but was able to recover decently. Luna's up 380%. Uh-oh. Somebody posted, I'm gonna go comment in Jason Casper's Discord. I just saw somebody comment the 4-hour red dot. So we're seeing this kind of battle back and forth between this 23, 24. I don't think I would I mean, it's just until they just got exploited hard, you know what I mean? So it's just a matter of them kind of plugging that number, and that's kind of the whole. No, it was their depegging of that UST. Hey buddy, how'd you sleep?
Good.
Good. You're asking the wrong person, my friend. I have no fucking clue. Oh my god. All in? Who does that? Guys, never go all in. That never go. Oh. Guys, let me tell you something that's key to make it in this game for an extended period of time. You cannot go all in on one thing. You have better odds of going to, you know, a blackjack table and just betting it all on that one hand, you know, like even the odds are better because you might get like a 2-3 or a 3-2 payout if you hit blackjack, you know, like, oh my fucking lord. Who's the dick? Finance is down like every bottom. Oh shit, Jason Casper's course is $400. My goodness. His TPO course, $400. Yeah. Price can go up and down 50-50, but 90% losses. Yeah, Rasta, that's crazy. I just don't, yeah, I just don't condone putting all your marbles in one basket. You know, if that basket gets a hole, you'll lose all your marbles. You know, it's just, yeah, Gala got smacked as well. I saw that. I still have a bunch of Gala, but I have Gala at like 12 cents. What's it at? It's at 7 cents. Yeah, so it's down a pretty decent amount. Yeah. Well, the thing is that well, it's not just one thing, you know what I mean? It's because crypto is not recognized yet, like it's not accepted yet. As much as we might want it to be, it's just not. And there's a lot of stuff that's going on in the country or in the world, not just the country, that is uncertain, and uncertainty causes volatility in markets, right? And I mean the VIX today is sitting at 31, so it's come down about 4%, but you know, it's until some of these things get solved, it's not going to go away. And really the big issue besides Russia and Ukraine is all of Europe basically coming into an energy crisis, because they get a lot of their energy from Russia. And you know, if we keep sanctioning them and people can't buy energy, it's going to get fairly ugly, you know. So how to spot someone who's not actually making money by stuff they're selling. He might be making money. He's been trading crypto for a while. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much people get from YouTube and stuff like that. I mean, he's been grinding, so I'm sure he... I mean, if you put that much time on the charts, you should know. You can't hear the other Zoom speakers on YouTube. Oh, I must have the volume off. Let me see. Oh yeah, here it is. Oh, now you should be good.
I went to YouTube to try to. I went to YouTube to try to replay who went all in, and then I couldn't hear it.
Oh, it's one of Kevin's friends.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like Crypto Face or like.
Well, I
Bingo
know Crypto Face and Jason Casper were short. Is what when I was clicked on Jason Casper's thing, that's what he was saying, is that he was short and he got stopped out, and that Crypto Face was saying that everyone should be short. So but then the guy in the chat said that that Jason Casper said that he wanted to get long, but I heard him say he got stopped out of a short, so I'm not sure. I mean, I think it would be cool to check out his market profile course. I might check it out and see what it's all about, see if it's legit. I mean, it's legit, obviously. It's a real course. It's just see if I like it or not. I'm kind of a hard ass when it comes to stuff like that, so who knows? I'll let you guys know. He was making money by shilling market cipher and exchange referrals. Everybody was, though. That's the thing. Oh, he got stopped out in profit? Nice. Yeah, I mean, it's... That's what YouTube does. I mean, you can't knock a hustle, you know what I mean? Like, as much as I think that market cipher is just a complete waste of fucking money, you know, I don't knock the hustle at all.
Well, it's the problem isn't that the problem is the way he's selling it. You know, you can sell, you know, it's worth the money or whatever if you put out there what it is. But when you sit there and act like any monkey can do this and just, you know, follow the green dot and you're gonna be rich, that's where the bullshit is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's-
No matter,
no
I mean,
place does he say, hey,
there's
you
no,
could lose all your money. You could, you know, he doesn't say that at all. It's like, oh, anybody can do this. Just, you know.
yeah, there's no there's no
That's
like
definitely the
direct
crypto-based approach.
understanding of there's no, that information is really not readily available, right? People don't really talk about that, that trading is not just easy, right? And no matter what you use, regardless you use the fucking market cipher, the TPO, moving averages, fucking stochastics, RSI, none of that stuff is gonna by themselves be able to make you a profitable trader consistently over time. Yeah, you might win some trades by following the green dots. Yeah, you might win some trades by trading off value area high, but unless you actually understand the auction and kind of the market sentiment, there will be no consistently profitable trading for you. And that, I mean, that might be my personal opinion, and I haven't done a lot of scientific research to back that up, but a lot of the times when you talk to traders that are consistent and actually profitable, you know, and showing real trades and talking about real trades, you see that they have a very good understanding of the auction process, which is, you know, really the base, right? It's the foundation of trading, because it's the interaction between the two different people. And honestly, I have no issues with people believing that buying green dots, because, you know, that's the great thing about a free market. We need suckers in the market to take money from, you know what I mean? As as shitty as it sounds, you know, that's just the truth, right? Like, if everyone in the market
I don't
was
know.
smart, then nobody would make bad trades, and then there wouldn't be this opposite side.
Right. But one of the things I like about the market is that you don't have to screw other people to make money, though. You know, I mean, at least not directly.
They do it to themselves.
Yeah, I mean, well, if you think about it, every trade that you take, someone's taking the opposite side of that trade, regardless if it's the market maker's passing that off to another person. So every time you go long on Bitcoin, someone else is going short, and one of you guys is going to win and one of you guys is going to lose. So, you know, and that's why I always preach market psychology and understanding, you know, if I'm going long right here, someone else is taking the opposite side of my trade. Why? You
Right,
know?
but that's different than lying about something to make the money. You know what I mean? And selling a product that's BS.
Oh no, I'm not
Make
talking
money.
about. I'm just talking about we need people in the market that don't know what the fuck they're doing to provide liquidity. A lot of retail lost all their money. Oh yeah, fuck yeah, because a lot of retail started getting long at like fucking 50,000. I still stand by the fact that I told Ramon to sell. I told Ramon to sell Bitcoin at 55,000, and I told him again at 60,000. And then when it dropped to like 40,000, like the next week, he was like, "Fuck." I mean, Ramon got in at like 30. I think it was 30,000. Might have been 33,000, something like that. I'll text him and see what the deal is. Someone's gained, someone else's lost, and never stop learning, Ross. So yeah, that's a key here. You can never stop learning. That's why, like, I really like that Jason Casper went to, after we were on his show, he went and, you know, I mean, probably studied into the TPO, because that shows that he wants to grow, right? And that's all you can ask for as a trader, right? As soon as a trader is or a risk manager, as I refer to it, as soon as you decide, you know, as soon as you put your blinders on and you decide this is the only way it can be and nothing else, you become blind to all of these other opportunities, right? And sometimes these opportunities can open doors for you, right? For me, I can trade with just the profile. That's all I need, because I'm comfortable with it. It's what I like. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not really scalping with the profile if I'm trading with just the profile. I don't really scalp very much, to be honest anyways, especially not in volatile times like this. There's just no need, right? Getting 2 points here, 2 points there just seems more stressful to me. I'd rather just wait for a nice spot to get in and then just ride it. You know, and the
What is
buddy.
your definition of scalping though? Because I just kind of thought that was scalping.
How'd you sleep? Scalping is like 2 points. You know, like taking like less than 2 points. That's more of a scalp trade. What are you looking for? You have you make your lunch? Oh, okay. They can hear me, yeah. Yeah, we are always trying to grow. We have to. We have to. Hey, Bearish Bull. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, we were reading your article earlier, and thank you for the insight. Good stuff. I shared it with everybody. So I'll start following that page. Let us know, is there a way to get a notification every time you post a new blog or a new article? I bookmarked the website so I can just click on it every day. Notice the tempo at which the market goes up here, right? So the tempo down is fairly slow, but then the tempo up starts to pick up a little bit of steam, which is alluding to us that there may be some bullish sentiment lurking in the market down here. I remember this 19 to 23 level was, you know, kind of our flip zone, my flip zone from yesterday, but the CPI, you know, kind of taps me up here at this 38, and I'd really like to see that 38 get broken before I try another long.
What was that blog about you're talking about?
It's right here. I posted it in the chat, or I posted in both chats. Where is it at? But Bearish Bull posted this an article about Bitcoin having cycles. Oh, and you can listen to it. Say what?
Bitcoin having cycles. Many know about them,
Oh,
but have you actually seen them for yourself?
That's pretty cool.
What you are looking at here is a very simple chart. I've charted each halving date and have identified 4.
I mean, I already read it, but that is cool. I didn't know that's a possibility. That's dope. Yeah, Rasta, like that really becomes the understanding, is understanding human psychology can just help you be such a better trader. You know what I mean? It can really just put you on the right path and just help you understand your competition, right? It's like watching game film. Because it's so easy to look back and be like, oh, well, this is what they were thinking here. But if you didn't actually watch this, like, let's just say back here, right? This was a weekend, but this excess that got put in, and you can say, oh, look, they came down here and buyers scooped it up. But was it really buyers? Were you watching it? You know, there's no way to know for sure. It looks like selling. I mean, you can see the taper here. It looks like just selling just kind of shut off down here and then reverted back to the mean, you know. But I wasn't watching it at the time, so I really can't give a definitive answer. Oh, Casper shouted out the trade bets. Oh, yeah, tell him I said what's up. Tell him we said what's up. You know, that's why I like to watch the close of the market every single day, because I like to feel the emotion or look at the emotion that the market's trading through in order to give me an idea of what they're trying to do, and were they doing a good job, and what we can kind of expect going into tomorrow. So most of the days, oh, what's up, Craig? Appreciate it, bro. Thank you. Hello from Jason Casper. Tell him we said what's up. You know, most of the days I'll trade with you guys. Well, no, most of the days I'll trade the open and then trade with you guys, and then I will work out and then get back on the computer and watch the close. Sometimes I trade the close if there's opportunity. Most of the time I end up just watching it, just to get that good feeling on what's going in for tomorrow. Right. And really all you need, if you're away from your computer during that last hour, you know, just pull up a chart and just, you know, watch those 30-minute bars, watch how they form, notice the key levels, and You know, I mean, if I was gonna watch the ES, I would just pull it up on my phone and I would just have it on 30 minutes and I would just zoom in and try to watch these levels, right? If you don't have access to Sierra charts or Ninja Trader or something like that on your mobile, then this would be the second best thing. Anytime watching Asia? Yeah, I watch the Asia Open almost every single day because I'm normally on the computer doing my trade plan for the next day during that time. Starting to get back up here to this 23 level. You can see all the volume forming in this last period here at this level. So B period, remember this, we're still in balance, right? A high, A low, way down here, still in balance. The B period is just inside of A period. So in reality, this is more of just a chop zone, and anything that you're going to take, you know, you've got to be tight watching it and not looking for, you know, not looking for anything crazy. You think he kicked you off of his Discord when you joined the trade bets? That's kind of shitty. I know that happened to a lot of market cipher people. Not market cipher, fucking what's it called? Crypto face people that were in his whale Discord. I know a lot of people got kicked out of that for joining us, which I don't know why. And it wasn't even a feud that I started. It was Ramon started that feud and James. It just happened to be that I was trading opposite and the drama. You know, I think there's just no room for it, no time for it, to be honest. I'm just trying to learn. Crypto Campus was shit talking him. The volume's crazy on Luna right now. Let's check that bad boy out. Over the let's Scala. Why this doesn't load? Oh yeah, it is. Look at that. I don't like the low, to be honest. I do not. But I mean, when you're looking at this, right, we can see, especially today. So you look at the profile. If this will load on here, I might have to adjust the tick size for Luna. But if we just look at the volume profile for now, we can kind of see, you know, this V shape forming, which is just telling you that these people that are short down here, yeah, are just covering, right? That's where all this volume's coming in. They're just covering. So I wouldn't say that this bounces anything viable yet. You know, maybe if there's a break above this $6 with some volume, there might be an opportunity to retrace some of this move. But the sentiment, I mean, you've got this thing, you know, yeah, it might be up right now, you know, 400% from this low, but it can get a lot worse. Yep, no problem. Yeah. Number one, YouTube rule number one, never try to talk about other YouTubers. Oh, I didn't know that was a rule. Not bad. Yeah, thank you, Barish. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that'll be cool because then I can just get my news from my crypto news from one spot. That'll be cool. Because it will make drama. It always does because all slides have their fans. Yeah, I've noticed that too. Yeah, because I remember when I first started trading crypto, I had tried to message in Crypto Face's live streams asking him if he was noticing something on the TPO, and all of his people were like, fuck off and die. And I was like, oh, whoops, my bad, Doug. They heard us talking about Luna. We don't talk about Luna. No. Right, critics? Oh, you don't know? What if it was Bruno? Getting back above that CPI number here. What time is it? Damn you. Got her again. You're welcome. What's this?
You know, like the spilled on
Oh,
the garden got messed up.
yeah, we can redo it. Not that big of a deal. Relax.
I'm gonna break that 38.
Yeah, it looks like it wants to. Coming right up to that CPI number. If we can get above with some volume, we can definitely be pushing for that 50 and maybe that 65. Biggest bank heist, Luna. Yeah, they definitely got some hurt feelings. That is for certain. Any of you guys are tuning in from Jason Casper's stream or came over from Jason Casper, appreciate you guys coming by and checking it out. He seems to have a low ego issue, maybe. Crypto Face does, yeah, probably. And that's a big issue, I think, with anything that you're gonna do professionally, right? If you're gonna do something professionally and you decide, you know what, I'm gonna do everything that LeBron James does, and you're not 6'10", 240, well, it's gonna be tough, right? And these are physical gifts, not mental gifts, but the difference is the way that I'm understanding the market auction might be a little bit different than the way that you're interpreting it. And that's why I love this stream, because we can go over it together. And I have no what do you call it? I guess pride, right? If I'm wrong, like, it doesn't really up 124% LEP, let's go. I don't have like a pride thing. Like, if I'm wrong, it just happens. I mean, last month I traded 73% profitable, so I was wrong about 30% of the time. That's a pretty decent amount. It's just inevitable. You can't, I don't think you can grow without failure, right? You can't understand success without failure. And the same thing is, you can't understand failure without success. So they kind of go hand in hand. And we keep bringing this up, like 50 Cent always says, that you wouldn't enjoy the sunshine without the rain. It's the same thing in everything. And it's just a matter of, when times get tough, what do you do? Do you bounce back, or do you move on, right? And that's what happens to a lot of people when it comes to the profile. Is it's tough to understand, and it takes time. And when people don't understand it right away, or it's not giving them that instant success that they're looking for, they move on to the next best thing, which is why we always see, especially in the crypto world, where, honestly, the experience is low, right? The experience of actually trading is low. Yeah, they've traded crypto and they've been gods lately, because just buying crypto and holding, even though it's not really trading, has made them money. So early adopters, good investors, and smart to diversify, right? So if you bought Bitcoin back in the day, even if you just bought one and you're holding it now, you're still doing pretty damn decent. It's just a matter of fully understanding it. And that's why I say, like, a little bit of information can sometimes be dangerous. Luis, what's up, my man? How's it going?
Chilling, brother, man, chilling.
I already started. I just saw your message. Yeah, we started early today because the CPI. I'm actually gonna have to take off here pretty soon to take the kids to school, but I'll be back. I'll just leave some music on while I'm gone, and you guys can.
I hope you guys are not involved in Luna or that dumbass UST they tried to. That shit's at 50 cents. Luna's at what, $3?
Yeah, Luna's at 480 now. It's going up.
I was gonna buy it when it was at like 2 something or 3 something, and
that's a tough buy. Tough to
it
buy
is,
a
'cause it
low
came
like that.
down all
That's a
the way
great
from
buy
90.
now.
I mean, it just depends if you believe in Luna long term. I just don't know enough about Luna to be honest. So make your sandwich. Did you
People
boys?
thought they were
I thought it was
winning.
great, and I thought Joe was amazing, but I guess not.
People thought they were winning buying that shit at $15, and look, it went down under $1 and shit, right?
Yeah, it was like
Winning
50
$1?
cents or something. Yeah, it was like 4 yeah.
No way.
Yeah. What's this low here? It's like 70 cents, 72
It's
cents.
like the 72 cents. Yeah.
It's pushing up to that $6 mark, and really if it pops this $6 mark, there could be some weak late shorts that get ran through here. And if Luna starts to pop and we start to see Bitcoin, god damn it. If we start to see Bitcoin keep going, we could really see some upside with all of these stops kind of lined up here. So we've got stops lined up. Here's where the seller's coming in here, and so if it were to pop this with some volume, this upper range looks like would be the next move up. 900%. Good luck, Orange. Madge. All right, I will be back. I gotta take my kids to school, get them, well, and finish getting them ready. Probably about like 30 minutes or so.
Are you just gonna leave it on, or?
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it on. So if you guys want to stay tuned in, definitely, that's awesome. If not, I understand. So, but yeah, I'll be back
I'll be here, bro.
in a
Take
bit.
your time.
You guys can just take over if you want. Someone talk about the market. That'd be awesome. Edwin, thank you for the sub on YouTube, and buyers too, or brisers. Appreciate it. All right, here goes this C period. So remember, we're one time framing up now. So watch for C to get continuation to the upside, and then look for that 50 to 65 area. Well, really 55 to 69 area to act as resistance. But above the CPI, I think that there's good odds that we go back up and test that Globex high up at 50. I'll be back, Crypto Mojo, but yeah, appreciate it.
What price did you get?
They said I borrowed. They said I borrowed $15,000 worth of uh, of Luna actually, and I didn't. And it's so obvious that I didn't because it's not there. I'm like emailing these guys like, look guys, if I borrowed 18 grand, Luna, it would be there. It's not like you can put it in your pocket. You know what I mean? If it's not in your account and you didn't trade it, you didn't get it. You know, and it's like I've been trying for months to talk to these guys, and yeah, they don't do shit.
So I thought earlier I was gonna get served. I jumped in thinking we were coming to make a double bottom, but we did a swing failure pattern. So I got traded 29,976, and it went all the way down like almost 28. Right? I just held on, and now I've taken $210.66 in profit, and I'm up 114%, which is 379 bucks.
In what? In Bitcoin?
Bitcoin, USDT.
I cannot get on fucking Bybit right now. God damn it.
Just trading with Tether.
Control my tablet. I finally got good internet, but well, I really want to get Starlink. I tried to get on there and they said it's not available in my area, which is weird because it's satellite, so you think it'd be the same in every area, but
I don't know where you guys live,
It's
but
you, Brad? You typing on the screen? Oh, I'm like, I was freaking me out for a second. I'm like, I thought he was gone. Yeah, I.
shit.
That was my bad.
Fuck.
You erased it. What were you? I was just reading that, Brad. What were you saying about the P profile?
Yeah.
talking about the ES. Brad, do you worry about the gaps that be formed over the weekends on the new week of trading? Isn't there another one around 41.18? That's the top of it, I guess. Might vary a little from yours. It didn't get all the way filled though, correct? Like only halfway. All the way? So like something like that, the gaps at like 20,000, that was formed a while ago. Do they always get filled, or on some charts do you see gaps that are still like not filled from back in the day? You getting ready for your move, Brad? You'll be on normal time when you come this way, 9:30. That's beast mode, yo. Yeah, man, we definitely got to get together. Maybe we could do like a trades vet get together. Oh yeah, I've been waiting.
What's it called again? Tatanka? Tonka.
All right, bro. Late. How about you guys that aren't Brad? How's everyone's trading been going?
Morning. I think that one was the best book I think I've ever read. And it doesn't just apply to this, it applies to almost everything you do in life.
Yeah, I like the psychology books the best, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gives you insight.
Yep, sure do.
Hey, bud. Way better.
Your dad was telling us stories about when you were a kid.
You said you used to shit yourself.
Austin did that? Wow. Intense.
Yo, Brad, your pop sounds just like you, dude. You sound the same, right?
I know I can't do Siri and have you speaking in the background at all because it'll pick you up.
I've heard that before.
Say that again. What? Oh, how funny.
Patience get you paid.
And this looks like it's going to be a rotational day, kind of right there.
Oops, there we go. Okay, now I'm back.
We hear you fine on the computer.
Oh, Crispy, you're in the Bay? Oh, nice. He said I'll have an airplane one day.
Your pops was telling us about how he blew a 150K account. I was like, ouch, I felt bad.
Yeah. It happens though, you know, like, I mean, that kind of stuff just, the only thing you can do is just learn from that and then keep pressing forward.
Now, he didn't blow 150K. He had a funded account from Apex, right?
Yeah, it was a funded
Right.
account. Yeah. Funded account.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he lost like a couple $100 or something.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah, I think it was it's $170. But still though, then well, I mean I lost like $500 really because it was more than one time trying to get there. But I'm back in it again. I've been doing it for 16 days and I have $5,800 in it.
Nice.
Good job, man. Hell yeah. Keep it up.
Yeah, slow and steady. That's all it is. Slow and steady. And there's a lot
I
of
feel like
panic in the,
I'll be winning, and then I'm like, yeah, man, it's time to crank up the leverage, and then I'll lose everything I want because I'm get too cocky.
So that is a key part of trading though. So testing that front edge is always a key part to improve. You've just got to make sure that when you do that, you know, you still manage risk the same way. Because that can definitely happen. I mean, I've definitely had that happen. I had my best month in trading followed by my worst day in trading. Which basically took out like an entire month. So
You get that feeling like you're invincible and you can't lose because everything's been going your way and like you can't be wrong.
Right.
that kind of happened to me on Monday. I'm not gonna lie. Like on Monday, I got into that trade and I just kind of scalped my way back to success and had my average was like 40.14, and I decided to hold through the close, even though it closed all the way down here. And luckily for me, Globex traded all the way back up. But I know that was like part of my testing myself to see if I was really seeing the market correctly. And turns out, I mean, maybe if it keeps going up, then my vision might have been correct. It's just timing was off. That's all. So, you know, timing beats speed. That's for sure. Luis, what did you think about Rose getting beat this weekend?
Well, I think she deserved to get beat. If you're gonna come out like that and put on a performance like that,
Yeah.
you're the fucking champion. Another thing that upset me about Rose, I love Rose, right? But I feel like now I have a disconnect with Rose. She's like, what, y'all want me to get it? She's like, I don't get any points for defense. No, you don't. Defense is to prevent yourself from getting damaged so you can put on a better offense than the other person.
Yeah, exactly.
I think she was shook. The 8 years from getting beat her for the belt the first time, I think she was shook and she fought like she was scared.
Yeah, she seems to get a little bit spotlight shy in her career. It's kind of been like that, you know. A lot of her biggest losses have been right on the main stage, but then she gets back and like fights an undercard and just like completely wipes the floor with them. And it's just because it's like not for
First
the
time
belt.
she lost her belt, she said, "Thank God I lost the belt." She said it was too much pressure.
Yeah. Like Uriah Faber back in the day, you know, I mean, he used to just work his way through that fucking featherweight class and get to the championship and then, you know, just take a beating in the championship. The key.
Good old team alpha male.
What's that?
I said good old team alpha male.
Team alpha male, yeah.
Yeah, it's Faber's gym and shit.
Faber's actually a really cool, down to earth dude. Like, because he has a gym here in Roseville, and if you go, he's there a lot, and he's super like, you can just talk to him, and he's cool. Yeah, Luna gave it all back up. Yeah, that's why I was saying like, you know, unless it gets above that $6 mark, you might see some short covering up there, but I mean, it came close. It was right there, 596, pretty close, but still, it's just such a dangerous buy after it just got clapped. I mean, this thing's down just
What's it at right now?
195.
Holy shit.
I mean, you're talking. This is the high up here from what day is
90
this?
something?
25 April. This thing's down 98% from
Holy shit.
you know, less than a month ago. That's a beating. Back to that 19 level. So it's 19 to 23 level has acted as a decent interest zone for buyers to be able to buy here. And you're starting to see shorts try to cover a little bit here as well. So we might see a little bit more upside from this level. I'm surprised the move on CPI wasn't as big. If we pull over this, we can see, you know, technology is really where the weakness is at today. Opened up, but it's higher than it's open, but still not up at the levels it was at yesterday. XLV, which is healthcare, is performing well. XLF financials is actually doing pretty good. Consumer discretionary, XLY, not, you can, I mean, we can almost draw that trend right here. XLP, consumer staples, doing okay. XLC, communication services, is kind of mixed. And if we look at Apple, really look at Apple right here. Let's look on the 5. You can see Apple's just kind of balancing. We have that low down there. This is a trend line from the low. You can see the tick has been to the upside, and the weighted sectors are looking green up here. As you see, it's kind of pushing up and up, but it looks like it kind of peaked out around 1040, and there hasn't been a lot of buying back in yet. So we can take a peek at the heat map to see where the rotation is at. And you can see, so our names yesterday, Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon, Tesla, which kind of held the market up yesterday, are some of the strugglers today. Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Tesla, even Facebook today down. Nvidia was a big winner yesterday, was up about 8%, down 2% now. You know, so a little bit of rotation going on in the market, which just kind of confirms the theory of balancing at these lower levels.
Bitcoin's at the weekly POC.
Yeah, let's see what they've got here. If you look at Bitcoin and the ES, they're almost, you know, in harmony here. We can see this is the 24-hour period. So here's the Globex session. We get low, we break the previous 2 days lows, and then retrace back up into value. So I mean, really just kind of forming in sync, and then yeah, here comes some more downside, looks like. Let's see if we're gonna take that B low here. I don't know how much lower we'll get below this settle, or below kind of like this 85 if we get down there. Maybe if some steam picks up, if the volume's increasing. Volume's actually decreasing for the day right now. That's what you were saying? What's that? Did I see that message late? What were you saying? Well, breaks that low of B by 1 tick and then starts to find a little bit of buyers. 147 contracts trade on that low, all on the bid. The market breaks below that 4K with some steam, probably will be heading back down to that 39.80. But it looks like so far that buyers are trying to support here. To me, or looks like a little bit of short covering as well down here. Apple's trying to get a little bit of a bounce here, it looks like, off the lows, but it's not looking super strong. There goes a little bit of a bounce here. Hell yeah, double R, good stuff, man. 138%, that's nice.
You in any positions, Brad?
I'm in a long right now from 0.75.
On the ES from where?
0.75.
Okay. I'm in a Bitcoin long from 29,976.
Nice. I closed right here. I closed at 15. Not trying to press my luck at all. What's the lumber ETF called? Or the lumber futures? Is it? Let's see. Here we go. I'm building a cabin right now, so I kind of need this shit to go down. My brother is building it. We're just watching him build it.
I want to put up a big metal steel building, so I've also been keeping up with the price of steel. That's funny.
Yeah, for steel, I'm not really watching steel futures, but I am watching steel, the ticker steel, and it's coming down to a point, and I kind of want to buy in. I just don't know if steel is going to break down as much as people think, depending upon how the issue goes.
I hope it crashes so I can get a 60 by 100 metal building for real cheap.
That'd be cool. Yeah, I hope it crashes for you too, so I could buy it for real cheap. Yeah, if it comes down to like fill this gap down here at like 41, I think I might start snagging some of these. My code dogs, you caught 29232 on Bitcoin. Damn, nice. Good stuff. $100%. Let's go.
Good job, Double R.
Down 10 points and now you're up 28. Good stuff, Alex. And that's a
Yeah, man, good stuff.
that's a good thing. Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of times people get down 10 points and then just start, fucking pressing the button. Be patient, wait for the trade to set up, and then let it rip.
Brad, is LBS the random length lumber futures you're looking for?
Yeah. Major truck stop chains Loves and Pilot warning about imminent diesel shortages in the eastern half of the United States. That's not good. And that's the thing is, like, right now it's not as big of a deal with all of these commodities and energy and, materials and things being super expensive. But when winter comes around and these things become a necessity, right? It's gonna be, it's gonna get bad. It can get bad. Not gonna, I don't know for sure, but it can get bad. You think we'll start filling the higher imbalances before close? This TPO is Sierra charts. Yeah, this one is on TradingView though. Sebastian. What imbalances, Michael, are you looking at? I mean, Bitcoin has just been stair-stepping down for the most part. You can just see someone kind of easily just smashing it down over and over and over every time it tries to rally. This is probably the most that this seller has been tested down here at these lows. I wouldn't be surprised if the seller just gives up a little bit of today, get all the hype on. Everyone's like, "Ah, Bitcoin's going back to 50K," and then just sell it down a little bit again there. Like I said, I think it's tough for some of these things to rally with how much stuff is going on around the world right now. There's just there's a big one at 39 and 36. Oh, but 39. 39's been kind of my magnet level to either go long above or short below, and we're pretty far from that. Yeah, I don't know if it'll get up to 39 by the end of the day. That'd be quite the move, to be honest.
Bitcoin at 39,000?
Yeah, by the end of the day. I don't know.
Right.
See, so here
I'd be dancing and shit if it happened, but I doubt it.
So the Italian Prime Minister just said no official pronouncement on what constitutes breaking sanctions on Russia over gas payments, calls it a gray area. And that's the kind of thing that I keep alluding to, is that, maybe not in the United States, we might not suffer as much except for at the pump, and, food costs is going up, but in Europe, when it comes to winter time, right, winter in Europe is fairly cold compared to parts of the United States, right? A lot of the United States, northern United States, freezing cold, but oh, there's some buying there. When winter comes this year, it's going to be a tough go if they're not, you know, if we still have all these sanctions on Russia and we're not getting any fuel or gas or anything from them. So that was pretty good. We were able to capture those shorts that looked to be covering down there. You know, not a bad fill. Should have held a little bit, I guess, but started to see a little bit of weakness and just didn't want to hold. Back to that 23 level from yesterday. Oh, out of this range. I don't know. I think we were just kind of stuck in balance and we're kind of just waiting for new information. I don't know if we'll jump out of balance today. What's on the docket for tomorrow? Look at the calendar. Tomorrow we get all of the manufacturing PMI production stuff out of the GBP. That could have some effect, maybe not on our market, but just effect on the market in general. The OPEC monthly report comes out tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. That could be a decent move. E period's in opening up here. We break that high of D by 1 tick. Let's see if they get some continuation. There's some sellers trying to absorb up here. They're getting punished for it. But yeah, that's really it on Thursday. Let's look at Friday. Friday. Yeah, Friday there's a couple reports coming out. Nothing really too crazy. Then we've got Mester speaking, Kashikari speaking, some oil news coming out later in that day. There's a lot of time is this? A lot of oil reports are going to come out, or a lot of net positions are going to come out on like wheat, silver, soybeans, crude oil, corn, copper, aluminum at the end of the day on Friday. So that should show us a little bit of information. See if that open interest is really there. Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's the thing, Boke, is like, you know, we were already kind of heading towards inflation. Things were getting more expensive because the demand was so high, because everyone was kind of locked up, right, during COVID. And as soon as they got free, you know, they just went fucking apeshit and started buying everything that they could see. And then we have all these supply shortages going on, so that kind of tampered it. But so we had less supply, but still demand was high, and so then prices kept going up. And now we're getting into a spot where demand is still there and supply is really just kind of at a bottleneck, and we're actually kind of capping supply. So it's not it's like we're trying to cap demand or trying to slow down demand, but it's not working. And you know, maybe the market needs to draw down to in order to get there, right? And we've kind of seen that since the beginning of the year. So the NASDAQ breadth, take a peek at this. Got a little divergence here today. The NASDAQ breadth is negative and the ES breadth is positive. we go to look, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla, Facebook, Nvidia, all red, but the NYSE doesn't care. Look at the NASDAQ is down 17%. So that might be a lagger here. And the NASDAQ might be getting ready to catch up for that 1200. Or the NASDAQ could be leading us down. And if these value stocks start to give up, that could lead us to some issues. $183%. Let's go. That's a big winner. Well, for those of you guys that weren't here, remember that Jim's doing a live webinar tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. It's free to register, and then he has his intensive coming up in June. So if that's something that you wanted to check out, I definitely would recommend it. Just what I will recommend is if you're going to take that intensive, just be prepared, right? If you go into the class unprepared, it can kind of it'll be tough to get out of it what you're wanting to get out of it. And then also what I would recommend is if you're going to go into that intensive and you're a newer trader, make a deal with yourself that you won't trade at all while Jim is teaching, because that can distract you from learning what the actual message is. And Jim's not a person to give you like, oh, this is a good spot to go long, something like that, right? That's not what he's trying to teach. He's trying to teach you how to understand, but he doesn't have a lot of patience for that. A little gas here. And up to that 35.50. Let's see. Goodbye, I mean, yeah, don't be sorry, bro. That's awesome. You know, nothing really makes me happier than seeing you guys do well. I think it's really cool. Like, you know, I love seeing that you guys are passing these funded accounts. You know, it's cool. Really cool to see. The 8:30. This might be a little bounce off the euro close. So maybe Europe was shorting, and they might be covering most of their positions here. So just be careful. Like I said, I don't think today's a day to go with a breakout, right? And if it does break out without you, then you just accept it. But let it establish above the CPI number before you decide like this is the spot to go long. There's other, you know, better spots, safer spots. Now I'm wishing I held that fucking 4 that I got. 10-point trade, I guess you can't really complain, but would have been like a 30-point. And so also one thing, and I was talking with with Tommy about this yesterday, and it's just a good point to bring up. When you're journaling in your trade journal, and let's say, like, so for me on this trade right here, I got long at 4/4, 3/4, and 4. So I took 3 lots kind of like right there at the same spot. Closed one at 12.75, closed another at 13/4, and then closed another at 14/4, because the market just looked weak and I just kind of wanted to get out. But obviously that was an incorrect assumption, right? The market, I mean, the market did pull back. I think it came back down to like 11, but nowhere near my entry, and then continued on. So what I'll do is in my trading journal, I'm writing this down, you know, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. If you're writing on paper, get out a yellow highlighter, and if you don't have highlighters, just go buy some, and highlight this in yellow, right? Or yellow or orange or something like that, right? And over time, you'll start to see, and you know, green, and you know, also there could be red too, but yellow is going to be that color that you can use to tell you that you had an idea and it worked, but you didn't let it play out, right? And that's gonna help you over time. The fuck, where's the erase button? It's gonna help you over time be able to look back at how you're trading and see, like, okay, how many of the trades that I close early end up keep going, right? And so if you're seeing, and it's the same way. Let's say that you got in a trade and it won, right? But let's say it went straight down after. Maybe it went up and you closed it and then it went down, right? You've got to mark these as well. And I just break everything down into 4 categories, right? Either the idea worked. Here, let me just pull it up because I have the drop down so I can read you the exact verbiage. Where the fuck is it? Oh, it's hidden behind Discord. So out of the fucking way, Discord. Let's go. Okay, so the way that I have it is basically a win and the idea worked, a win and the idea failed, a scratch and the idea worked, a scratch and the idea failed, and then a loss and the idea worked, and a loss and the idea failed, right? And so what I'm doing is I mark the things where even on a winning trade, like that was a decent winning trade that I took, but it had a lot more life in it, right? We're up at 36 and can all the way up to 42. I closed at like 14. This is back in D period, but I closed at like where's 14 at? I closed at like 14/4 was my highest close, and then all the way, I think my last one was like 11. I can't remember. It was something like that, something in this area. But so I'll mark this in yellow, and then what you can do is if you see a bunch of yellow boxes, right? And sometimes the idea worked and it kept going. Sometimes the idea worked and then it stopped. So pay attention to, in these yellow boxes, what is what's pulling you out of these trades where your idea was working and you just took profit early? Was it just because it was up X amount of points and you were just comfortable with taking the profit there? You know, these are the things that are going to help you test their edge, right? If you are, and then use the close, right? I have my last category in the, in my trade journal that says trend basically. And that's so it is telling me, did the market finish up or did it finish down, right? So if that trade was long and it kept going and I didn't stay in it and the trend was up, what really pulled me out of it? So it must have been emotions, and I got to do some self-reflecting. And then, you know, you count up all the times that it worked and then it didn't work. Whereas, you know, you mark it in yellow and it kept going and you were able to get back in or things like that, right? Just using colors, I think, on your trading journal can help draw your attention than just looking at a trade journal that just has a bunch of writing on it, right? And you always want to be grading yourself. You're your own trading coach, if you think about it, right? You're your own performance coach. And the only way to improve is to look at your performance and break it down and, you know, give yourself tips on how to perform better. And remember, I'm a big believer in just because the trade wins doesn't necessarily mean that it was a good trade. And so if you take a trade that was a bad trade and it is a winning trade, that's not a chance to highlight it in green because you finished up for the day. You know, that's just called dumb luck, and it happens. But you want to make sure that you're knowing when it happens, and if it's happening all the time, then that's a good sign, like, oh shit, I need to be a little bit more careful because whatever I'm doing is pressing my luck a bit. My favorite browser, I use Google Chrome. Lots of news of bounce to soak in. Is there a bunch of news about a bounce? I'm not surprised. Yeah, I started talking about the bounce on Monday, but whatever. People want to start piling on. They can't fucking read. I'm just kidding. Bad and good are just moral things. What makes a trade bad if you get profit? So think about it. Think about it like this, right? Let's say that the market is coming up and we break this previous day's high, we break this other day's high, we get back into value area up here, and you decide, you know what, I'm just going to short. The market's up too much today. It can't keep going up. You get short, and then it comes down and hits your take profit, right? What can make it bad is if it comes down, you make profit, and then it keeps going up. That's a misidentification of a trade, right? Because the trade is here, not here. You see what I mean? You know, you identified the trade incorrectly. Yeah, it worked and it made money, but the trade, that was not the trade, right? The trade was the other way because it kept going. And so that's what can give you a give me a winning trade that I don't consider a good trade. What's up, Martin? Morning. Not true. It's your style of trade. I would disagree, right? I mean, there is a lot of studies behind identifying the way that the market is wanting to go and going with the market, right? I'm not saying that there's not opportunity, but for my trading journal, that is something that I mark in yellow or red or orange, right? Just not green. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that it's not true. It is to my style, but my style is to identify which way the market's trying to go and go with the market. So if you're trading against the market, like today, right? So today is just a balanced day. So there's no real thing. But on Monday, I traded against the market all fucking day, like a dum-dum, all day, right? And you can even go back and watch the stream. I had said that I was long, and I mean, there was plenty of opportunity on both sides, but the trend is down for the day. We even finished on the low. And so if I was smart in my, you know, my plan of testing it was I guess just trying to put it in, I guess. But what happened is I was just almost so certain that this was gonna be this was like the 14 to the 30, that this was going to be it. The market was going to come down in here, maybe test it, and then start heading back up. I didn't think it was going to come down here and balance like it is. And so I ended up holding that position overnight, when in reality I should have, I mean, I was saying it in the trade room, do not get long, just sell rallies all day. I'm almost certain I said it a couple of times, and I was saying it to myself, saying it to you guys out loud, and thinking to myself, like, why the fuck am I not just cutting this trade? And obviously it didn't work out, right? And so even though I ended up winning on that trade, and I was able to scalp my way to a better position and then hold overnight to get profitable, I don't consider that a good trade. You know, I don't even consider, I consider losing trades sometimes good trades too. I don't necessarily, that, and that's kind of my key here, is that I'm not basing my success or failure off of dollars. That's just not how I function, and it's just not how you know, not how anybody should function. You've got to base it off of, I mean, multiple factors, but managing risk being the most important thing. And in reality, like I said, just because you win a trade doesn't mean it was a good trade. Just because you lose a trade doesn't mean it was a bad trade. Time frames at bigger time frame, yes, trend was right, but if you trade a 1 to 5 minute, that time trend always to the downside. Oh yeah, I just don't trade. I don't trade that. I don't trade those lower time frames. But yeah, I mean, it's it's the same idea. I mean, in reality, it all boils down to actually just keeping a trading journal. If you're not keeping a trading journal, you're just a fucking idiot. Sorry. All right, we're at that point where I've said it so many times, and you can only beat it in so many times. And it's like, if you're not keeping a trading journal and you're wondering why you're not profitable, well, here's your fucking sign, right? That's why. Keep a trading journal. You think that fucking LeBron James doesn't have a journal of his workouts? You think someone, I mean, he's maybe has somebody taking the journal for him because he's so rich, but like, you know, think about these things. Think about these professionals that are doing these things, the stats that they're keeping. Look at sports science, right? They boil these things down to crazy levels, and these sports teams have this crazy money to put it in, you know, and that's what you're trying to compete with. You're trying to compete with professionals at this trading game. So in order to beat them, you need to at least be doing the same things that they're doing, keeping up with them, you know? And some of these people are freaks from Harvard, just processing information in ones and zeros like their computer. Yeah, Crispy, that would be considered a fade. Yeah. You know, not necessarily, I'm not saying that it was a bad trade as far as like, you know, the opportunity is there. That's what I'm saying. But my goal here is not to, you know, show you how to nail every single trade, because that would be just like, you know, oh, buy here, sell here, perfect trade. And if we zoom this thing down, I mean, if we go like this, and let's just look on the profile in a 1 minute, right? It's probably fucking insane, but if you were to just bash this thing into a 1 minute, that would be, you know, this identifying a top. But is that the best trade here? Yeah, it pulled back down, but you're seeing structure, breakout, test 1, move, test 2, move, test 3, maybe we'll break, maybe we won't get down there, come back to here, go. And this is just looking on a 1 minute chart. The information is still there on the 30-minute chart. It's just helping you stay more patient, right? A lot of times when people get to this get to these, like, you know, super small time frames, they get like that analysis paralysis, right? Where you're just like, you're seeing so many things that might be there in the moment, but when you're in a 1 minute and a 5 minute chart, things change at the drop of a hat. And so if you are zooming in on those, you're looking for smaller take profits, right? You're looking for smaller moves. Whereas for me, my average trade recently has been 10 points or more. And so that's what I'm looking for because the volatility is there. And so I'm not trying to scout myself to success. I'm trying to wait for the move and go with the move. Like this morning, I hit a trade 3 lots and it went up 90 points because I had 3 lots on. You know what I mean? I could get 90 points scalping a point here, 2 points there, 3 points there, right? But that's stressful and takes forever. And a lot of times, if you can just identify what the market's trying to do, and if it's doing a good job and go with it, if it is doing a good job, or trade against it if it's not, then you're going to have a better time trading because you're going to be more successful. Yeah, the reason I base it off probabilities and not money is because that's what it is, right? The market is probabilities. I can't tell you for certain, and nobody can, that the market's going to bounce right here and go test the CPI at 38, right? Would that be ideal? Sure. But, you know, there's no way to know for sure. No way. It's a probability, right? Came down to the point of control. We saw some responsive buying. The low looks kind of weak to me. Still looks like it wants to go maybe down to that 15, but you know, is it gonna catch this bounce? Who knows? And that's why I consider a trade, like let's say you were to take this trade long here, right? Not that this is not a recommendation. Let's say it comes down to 15 and catches a bid and starts to bounce, right? You buy here at the 15, you put your stop at the $9, so you're looking at, what's that, 11, what's that, $6, and we're looking for the CPI. So this is a decent risk managed trade. Not really the spot, you know, not really the spot if it breaks, but, and this is a mechanical low as well, so I'm not really liking it. That's why I said not a recommendation, but you know, it's something like that. And if it does lose, well, I managed risk properly and was patient at least to let it come to my trade. A lot of times when people lose trades too, is what happens is, like, let's say they were looking for that 15 to hit and it was just coming like this, and it wasn't quite getting down to that 15. So they decided to jump up to 18 to buy it. Then it comes down to 15, they get stopped out, and then it goes up. And that's where that patience comes in. And what helps for me specifically is the profile, right? I'm not seeing something like this, right? This is the ES on the 1 minute, and it's just, you know, when you're looking on a 1 minute, you're like, oh fuck, this thing's going to 0. It's about to break down, it's gonna go. But you look here and you're like, oh, maybe not to 0. You know, it's coming back into Globex point of control. And down at the settle is the VPOC from yesterday. You know, so there's a little bit of support below. If it hits 10 cents, you're all in. Yeah, shoot it on the Discord. Yeah, I'd love to look at it. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'm always trying to grow, and if you guys have something that, you know, that I can use to improve my trading, then, you know, it's stupid not to. You know what I mean?
Oh, I got something you can use.
Awesome, send it to me.
I'll have to ship it to you.
That's fine.
You know. Could you imagine being Do Kwon? I mean, and losing billions and billions of dollars. I mean, can you imagine that feeling?
Nope.
When did he lose like
Cannot.
$50 billion last night?
Who knows? Crypto Face knows. Yeah, he knows which way the market's gonna go. Yeah, that BND is a weak low. Yeah. Little decent bounce off that 15 up to the 17. So if they can get back up above that 20, we should see some more short covering. And that could take us back up to this 24, 25 area. Come on, get above the 20, little bitch. Weak. The from YouTube, you can't hear people who talk sometimes. That's okay. I mean, I just don't want it to get blown out because people talk different and they can't see the volume for them. You don't think of others' money and how much they make. It's stupid to think that. Yeah, I mean, it's like a good place to look for aspiration, but yeah, you know, that's a good point because a lot of times, especially now, unfortunately, a lot of these, okay, here comes F period. Let's see what we get here. Watch this 15. If the 15 holds, we might get some upside. If 15 doesn't hold, then look for it to push down below that half back and maybe fix that poor D low all the way down at the 4K.
What time is the CPI?
It already came out 5 o'clock this morning, 5:30.
Shit. So what was the interest rate?
It was 8.3 instead of 8.5 last month, so it went down a bit, but it was only expected at 8.1, so it was still a miss. But the CPI report came out when market was at 40.38.
Wow.
So break below the 15, look for them to push to the half back, and if they're able to push through the half back, look for the 4K. Try to clean up this weak low. And remember, this is a lot of single prints, and like we've said, P profile short covering, right? Excuse me. Still forming a P profile, and we're not getting elongation. And a lot of times a P profile can weaken a market, or short covering can weaken a market, not a P profile, but you guys know what I mean. Yeah, but yeah, I don't look at others' money to really like see or you know, like I said, it's for like aspirations, but you know, when I read into other people, I'm looking at what they do. That's why that book Market Wizards, let me see if I can find it on here. Okay. Yeah, by Jack D. Schwager. What's up?
Can you explain single prints? I don't really get how they work and how they're helpful.
Yeah, I will.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. So yeah, it's on audiobook. But there's a couple of them. Hedge Fund Market Wizards. He's written a bunch of them. I've read 3 of them. I didn't know. I haven't read this one. I have to buy this one. But anyways, he interviews all these top traders or top money managers, or you know, people that have basically cracked the code, quotations, and you get an insight into what they are thinking or what's going on in their mind. And you know, to me, that's, you know, it's so interesting that we even get that opportunity. You know what I mean? I'd love to sit down with some of the top minds, like, you know, how lucky are some of these people that they get to sit down and just talk to Elon, right? His ideas are just, you know, he's a genius, right? It's crazy what he's doing, you know. And even then, like Jeff Bezos, I'd like to talk. I know a lot of people don't like him, but I'd love to sit down and talk with him because he's a fucking genius, you know. And getting the opportunity to talk to a genius, to me, is just like, that's like a dream. Like Make a Wish, people are like, I want to meet Tom Brady. I'm like, fuck Tom Brady. I want to meet, you know, let's say, you know, fucking
Same reason I
Stephen
tune into you
Hawking
every
or
morning.
something. Like that's who I'd like to see. Was offered promotion for going active, said no thanks, but if the job layoffs, especially tech, Who knows? Active duty, Martin. So you got a lot of buying, it looked like, off of that half back, and you're seeing a little bit of a bounce, but I am not really a believer in this bounce. Not yet, at least.
Yeah, it was mechanical.
Yeah, I agree. Watch the 10 quarter level. That's where it looked like buyers tried to step up to hold it below half back. Where they started, at least. Remember, back below that half back, probably head back down there and look to try to clean up that BD low. But single prints. Talk about single prints. So, with single prints, basically what you're seeing is, I mean, and there's a difference in how certain people teach it, and that's where I think the misunderstanding comes from, because these are single prints, right? It's a single print literally is just saying a single line print of TPOs. That's it. So a lot of people, the way that they teach it, single prints really are only referred to as on the inside, and that's how I teach it, because I try to get rid of the confusion. But sometimes I catch myself calling, like I just called this single prints. I said it's a lot of single prints, and it is a fucking lot of single prints. But really, it's just the same thing. A lot of excess. You could say the same thing, right? This is not single prints. I'm just kind of referring that because it's a little thin spot. But basically, this was single prints earlier, and the way that this overnight profile formed, you had, let me just make it bigger. You had, you know, a seller just kind of lurking here and just rejecting, price dipped down and then ripped up, and these sellers here got liquidated, and that's basically, or had to showing that position, right? And so buyers have to buy through that as sellers are running to the door trying to sell at the lowest possible price that they can, or trying to buy back their position at the lowest possible price that they can, because they sold their TV for $9. Now it's up at $16, and they're like, fuck, I need to buy it back. But it keeps running, and that's what causes single prints until the market starts to settle and hold. And then you can see, you know, imagine if this wasn't here, you know, these single prints are here, and this is how it was formed until the CPI came out. But so you had this bar come down, because originally single prints were all the way to this mark here, come down, and buyers still decided that they wanted to step up in this area and continue buying, right? Same idea, continue buying, right? And what are you getting here after this liquidation? You're starting to form that P, so you're knowing that this buying here and this buying here is shorts covering, right? And then what happens, the CPI number comes out and smacks it back down. But, you know, if the CPI number didn't come out, who knows what would have happened. But you have, but this is kind of where the single prints come into play. So if it were to test back down, Globex is kind of weak, so it doesn't really matter. But when you test back into single prints, you're not necessarily going to go just straight through them, right? You're looking to see if buying steps up, because buyers didn't really get the opportunity to buy in here because there was no supply. So a lot of times the market moves into these single prints excess to get an opportunity to buy. And so if we go back over to the profile from today, and we're seeing that this is a P-shaped profile, which is indicative of short covering. And so basically this move up, all these single prints, is caused more or less by people, by shorts buying, not by new money buying, not by responsive buyers or larger time frame traders buying, more caused by fear and emotion and people rushing out of the door buying their short position back, right? And so if the market comes back down and tests into this excess, that's why I say it's a lot of single prints. a lot of times what we'll see is the market will come down, test the excess, and maybe leave a little bit of excess behind and start to fill in this area before it goes up again. Because basically the market has a bunch of, let's say, TVs, right? A bunch of computer screens that they've accumulated by all this short covering, because they're taking the opposite side, and they've got to get back down here to try to sell it, right? And they offer it down, and this is what comes into the profile when you talk about unfair highs and unfair lows, where price gets down here and people say, oh, I'm not selling the TV down there, it's too fucking cheap, right? And then price gets up here and people are like, I'm not buying a TV up there, it's too expensive. And then you come down here, people get all their business in, right? Big money gets all their business in. A lot of people do most of their business around the point of control because it's the most fair price. This is the agreed upon price, right? This is the price that's going to market. And then all of a sudden, Black Friday sale comes out, boom, TVs move down. They sell 100 TVs down here, and then price moves back up. Or maybe they move price down because they've got excess inventory. The Black Friday deal didn't go as well as they thought. Not as many people bought TVs, and they've got to lower price even more to entice buyers to come in, right? That's just how the auction works and how the market works. And I know it's a ton of little mini nuances that you just piece together, and they're all different every single day. So every single day you have a puzzle, a 500-piece puzzle, you pour it out on your desk, and you're trying to solve it before time runs out, before the market closes. You're trying to figure out what it is. And if you solve it early, you're in the fucking hot spot and you're nailed it, right? You've got a good position, you're good to go. But at the end of the day, guess what? You got to scoop that fucking puzzle back into the box, shake the box back up, and tomorrow you pour it out again and try to do the same thing. And it's just an endless cycle of effort. Analogy. Thank you. I've been on fucking fire with analogies lately. I'm fucking started to write a book.
Yeah, your stream fishing one, I think, was fucking spot on.
I get a lot of creativity from the earth.
He said, Brad said that one day, he's been fishing this river for a long time, and when he knows where the good spots are at because he's been fishing there for so long, and he says it's everyone else, when they first start fishing in this river, they don't know where the spots are at, but then when they figure it out, it's nice to see them up where he's at, fishing where he would fish. That type of analogy.
Basically, nice. Pop said, because I posted the P&L from yesterday in the accountability thing, and Pop said it's that he's embarrassed or something like along those lines, and I said, don't be embarrassed. It's we're on the same journey. He compared it to the same reason why you don't hold up a bait fish and when someone's holding up a marlin. And I had just said, we're on the same river and we're fishing the same river. It's just I know the spots because I've been on this river for a long time. But I have no doubt over time, I'll look across the river in the morning and see you fishing the same spot as me. And that's
I should just post my losses, and then nobody will be embarrassed anymore because I'll have the.
I mean, the first step is putting it out there, being honest, being accountable. I don't want to say honest, being accountable is the key, right? Like when my dad blew his account, I know it took some searching to tell me that he blew his account. One, because he was
without blaming the market or blaming other things,
Well, one, he knows that I'm not gonna entertain any of that kind of talk. Oh, the market fucked me. I don't entertain any of that kind of stuff. Even you can ask Jared, because Jared tries to tell me that kind of shit all the time. Is he in here?
That's where the accountability comes in.
Yeah, and so, but yeah, exactly. And if you're not being honest with somebody, telling them kind of what's going on, it's the same idea. Like on Monday, I was accountable to you guys about holding that position. But I told my wife, I'm like, listen, this thing could, and I told her, I was like, the market could open back up and it could gap down or it could gap up, and I could either make money or I could keep losing money, you know. And luckily for me that it ended up going the way I wanted it to, but goddamn, I did not like that feeling, I'll tell you that. Exactly, Alex. That is a fucking genius thing to say. I like that. Don't be embarrassed for trying and failing. Be embarrassed for not trying. I love that. I'm gonna tell my kids that when they get home from school today. All right, Jamie.
That's a good.
We'll see you later. Have a good day. What were you saying, Luis?
Said that's a good one.
Yeah, I like that. And that's one thing I tell my kids, especially because we just did track recently, or track competitions, you know, and my son didn't win. He won the first meet and the second meet we missed, but he won the third meet. And then the last meet, this other kid, which I think is like fucking, this kid might have been a ringer. He's like a foot taller than Curtis. You know, he's like fucking bench warmers. I am 12. Fucking, he's like a full grown adult, but he beat his previous time from the previous week. You know, and you can't measure your success off somebody else's success, right? You can get to that level and you know, not aspirate. I guess is aspirate that the word there, because aspirate can mean something different in the medical terms.
Aspire.
Yeah, aspire to be at the greatness level of others, but you can't hinge your success or failure on, you know, setting the scoring record in a single day or something like that. You can't hinge your success, right? So let's say if I get 10 points every single day and you get 9 points every single day, are you still a failure? Fuck no. You know what I mean? You're winning every single day, right? And I'm just being hypothetical here, but you can't compare yourself to somebody else and just assume that you're not doing well. You can just use it as a way to look for improvement. But as long as you are improving against yourself, that's the key. Once you stop doing that, and that's why I think a lot of people never get to that, because they only focus on one thing. The big talk right now, LeBron James versus Michael Jordan, who's the better player? I think LeBron made a huge mistake because he was chasing the records, right? Different than Kobe, because Kobe wasn't chasing the records. He wanted to be the greatest player to ever play the game of basketball. Some of the records just came, right? But LeBron makes it a point to you know, have 1 million assists. I mean, he almost has to, because he's on a team full of fucking garbage players apparently. Exactly. Michael Jordan's teammates were just as much winners as he was. It's just he was the star, right? He was the one who got all the publicity, and he's such a good example, because in high school he got cut from a team, and he said, no, I know I'm better, and worked to improve, right? And I'm sure at the time he was looking, you know, up to some of these other players, you know, old basketball. I don't know a ton about basketball, so that's where my basketball knowledge stops with Larry Bird. Before that, you know, I don't know, but it's basically how you have to look at things, and until you can wrap your head around stuff like that, it's just gonna be hard to be great at anything. And I am so passionate about this is because trading is one of the first things that I have actually poured my 100% effort in my like how I feel, into something but I've been good at a lot of things, guys. Fucking things I'm luckily naturally good at. Anything that involves competition. My whole life I have been. But never the best. You know what I mean? I've always been good. I can always go play a pickup basketball game at the park, but I'm normally never the best player there, right? Because it takes just that much effort. I went to the park the other day, played against this kid, a high school kid, and he just fucking was just like Klay Thompson. His shot was exactly the same every single time, right? And it either went in or it didn't, but everything was the same, and you could tell that he had practiced and he had drilled down everything to get to that level. And so you can tell that he was getting to that perfection. You know what I mean? You are Capricorn or Scorpio? I'm actually a Virgo. I'm born in September. 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. So here we go. Like I said, after we got below that half back, we're looking to clean up this BD low, which seemed mechanical. Yeah, Virgo. I don't know much about the signs, I'll be honest with you, though. I've been told a lot my entire life that I'm unique. So that's either like a really nice way a lot of people have told me that I'm weird. Or they were actually being nice. So, but odds are probably not. A lot of selling here. Apple's getting smacked. Apple's almost down 2%. Microsoft's almost down 2%. Google's turning red. Tesla's down 3%. Amazon down 2%. Facebook down 2%. Nvidia picking up a little bit of steam. And then some buying at the lows there. So look, it doesn't have, they don't have the steam to fix this yet. Notice that bounce. Yep. Just yeah, Alex, I completely agree. Michael Jordan is a great example of someone who turned being a great player into the best because he worked his butt off and became the best because of practice. That's a fact. That is a fact. So you have a neat drawer of socks. I bet where every sock is categorized. No, fuck no. Yeah, that's a big fuck no. My sock drawer, I have all of the same socks. So I have those and one socks from Walmart, the sports socks. And then I have either like the long ones or the short ones, and I just put them all in the drawer. And then me, my son, and my daughter just all wear the same socks. Not by choice, it's just these motherfuckers come in and steal my shit. Is there a Michael Jordan movie? I'm not sure. There's that Kobe one was legit. If you watch the Kobe one on ESPN.
There's that movie, well, not a movie, but it's like where they record the last year of the Chicago Bulls.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
Space Jam.
Oh yeah, Space Jam. The good Space Jam, not the shit one. Oh yeah, I see it right here. Let me look at it.
The one with Jordan, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, the second one was it was so bad. I fucking hated it. I mean, they did make fun of LeBron, and I do enjoy that, but I hated it. Oh yeah, you're using Bookmap. Oh yeah, I've seen Bookmap a lot. Oh Rasta, you're not in the other Discord, my man. Let me send you an invite, bro. Join that other Discord. There we go.
Yeah, that movie or that what do they call those? The Last Dance is the one where they recorded the Bulls on their last year where they won 3 championships in a row. And Michael Jordan is the focus of the whole thing.
Yeah, that'll be fun to watch. I wish they would do
Yeah,
a
that-
documentary of Denzel Washington's life. I'd like to see that.
Yo, who saw Tony Ferguson get his shit pushed in on Saturday night?
Bro, he was asleep forever. I thought he fell asleep.
Fell asleep. He got sent to the shadow realm.
He was face down for a while.
You see, when they crossed him over, when they flipped him over, his feet crossed. It looked like he was laying in a casket.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, his hands are crossed. Kevin, it's just the boot camp Discord. That's it. It's not a new Discord. It's just a different Discord. I'm trying to migrate the white Discord to the green Discord, but for some reason it won't let me delete the white Discord because I don't have a 6-digit code. I only have 8-digit codes. I don't know. I tried it from my phone, use a Google Authenticator. It still didn't work. So only way it can happen probably is if I call them, and that's just not gonna happen. So
I only have the green one. Is that okay?
yeah, that's fine. I don't post anything in the other one except the
Did you try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
I tried a lot of shit. I'm not gonna lie, I tried a lot of shit. No one worked. Yeah, I'm only posting in the bootcamp Discord.
It's like that. Have you seen that South Park where they lose the internet and they just unplug and plug it back in?
Yeah.
They're all like waiting in line to get the porn.
Dude, South Park, I love South Park, man. South Park is so
Yeah, South
funny.
Park.
I can't believe the new
It's really
season
not
only had like
waiting.
6 episodes. I don't know if it got like shut down mid-season or what happened, but the new season of South Park only has like 6 episodes. I was like, I mean, I was watching it every week.
About Twitter. They probably made a Twitter joke.
I mean, they joke on everybody.
Did you see Dave Chappelle got tackled on stage?
Yeah.
And Chris Rock got the last joke in. It was great. Was that Will Smith?
I'm not destroying it. I'm just like I'm trying to just migrate it because it's just too hard for me to manage 2 Discords. You know what I mean? Like, so originally this was a team of us running the trade vets, and you know, we had, you know, kind of like shifts, or like just like, hey, make sure that you're monitoring the Discord if anyone needs any issues around these times. But now it's just me, and it's just too much. And I'm not the type of person to not respond. As far as like if someone tags me something, I'm like, oh, I need to respond. I just like almost feel obligated, and then it takes up my personal time and kind of wears on my time to value, and so that's why. Yeah, Dave Chappelle, he actually took that hit like a champ. He almost didn't go down, but Dave Chappelle's a pretty big guy. A lot of people don't think he's that big, but he's actually pretty big. And yeah, I mean, then they fucked his ass. They fucked that guy up, broke his arm, smashed his face a good amount. That's what he gets.
They did?
Oh, they fucked him up. Yeah. I mean, you could tell he was on the ground, and he was just probably covered up because one side of his face is just messed up, and the other side of his face is like just unhit.
I just thought it was great when Chris Rock was like, "Was that Will Smith?" It's awesome.
Yeah, that was funny. The right side, let me see. Let me go back to your picture. So the right side, the very right side, that CTC looks like volume. And that middle CTC looks like delta. And then the far left is the depth of market, it looks like. Yeah, I have a DOM. So here, I'll pull the DOM over so we can look at it real quick. Just show what mine looks like.
Damn it.
See if they can get back down below this BD low here. You're still seeing some selling in the market. Technology looks weak as fuck. Let me look at the flex. Yeah, the breadth on the NYSE is coming down a little bit. Nasdaq's still down here. Nasdaq's almost down 1%. So Nasdaq could be the leader here, and ES and Dow could be trying to catch up. Oh, yeah. So here's the DOM. Oh, I gotta detach it. That's what this chart. Okay, so this is what my DOM looks like. Okay. And so basically, I mean, similar to kind of what you're looking at on Bookmap, this is just price here. This is like an overall volume. These here are called pulling and stacking. So if people are adding, there we go. Little fall right there, my goodness. And so you can see the blue orders are the most recent buy orders. Check news right there. That's kind of fast. Tick just hit below 1,000 too. This thing's starting to come down. Uh-oh. And then this is just a bid ask profile. So traded on the bid, traded on the ask, same idea. And then these are just resting orders here. And that's pretty much it. And then for yours, right, I'd have to like open up your Bookmap to see, because you can see the parameters of these things. So if I open up the original here. So if we're looking at this, right, you're kind of seeing, to me, we're seeing this looks like delta, so bid minus ask. This just looks like overall volume, and this looks like the DOM, the depth of market. And then, you know, all this chaos of bubbles and orders and shit that don't matter. The only orders that honestly matter, if you're going to use Bookmap, the only orders that matter are the orders that are close to price. So, you know, if you're trading Bitcoin, you know, you can probably use, you know, $500 on each side as actual valuable information. So anything up to 31,000, anything down to 30,000 here where price is at right now, that can be beneficial. But you know, these far levels down here, even if they're big and in orange and just been there forever, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to act as support. What you want to see is, if the market is moving up, you want to see these orders moving up, just to see where trading was and interest. I like the idea of it. I do. And I really like how smooth it is. That's why people try to imitate Bookmap or make similar things to Bookmap, and they're just not as good. The platform that they have, or whatever they did with it, it just looks clean. You know, and I like that. I like that clean. What is TD low, you say? What do you mean? What does that mean? Today's low? Exactly, Rasta. Sometimes liquidity pulls, sometimes it rejects. Exactly. And so it's all about paying attention in the moment, right? It's all about reacting to the current conditions that are going on at that moment. Yeah. So, yeah. And that's the thing, is I think that, and you understand that, so Bookmap is beneficial, right? But what happens is, a lot of people get Bookmap, they don't fully understand that, and then they just look for those liquidity zones and like, oh, that's where the market's going, we're going to liquidity. I'll just get long right here because all the liquidity is above and we're just going to go up, right? Or they see it and they're like, oh, it's going to act as resistance. So as soon as it gets next to liquidity, they just short, not realizing that it is an actual just a take profit. So it's not new money selling. It's just, you know, money getting out of the market, selling to close their position, no more open interest, and then boom, the market continues on to the upside without it, right? Order flow, yeah. Anything that's involving volume is what I would consider order flow for sure. Yeah, exactly. And it's just like every tool, you know, just like every tool, if you don't understand the tools that you're using, how can you build a house? Right? If I give you a bunch of tools that you have no idea how to use and give you directions on how to build a house, but you don't know how to use any of your tools, how successful will you be? Even if you have the rules. And that's one thing I've been saying for days, is like, You know, I could post every trade that I take and you guys could take all the same trades as me, but then everyone hits me up. Oh, where's your stop loss? Where's your take profit? Blah, blah, blah. Truth is, everyone's account is different. And everyone's risk management is different. Everyone's psychology is different. So the trades that I take are not going to be the same that you take. And you can even ask my dad, because my dad, when he first started this, asked me that. I told him, fuck off. I said, that's not going to help you at all. You need to learn it. And he did. So.
Yeah, on my first funded account, I was like within $13 of funding it, of getting the trade, and I ended up going back like $1,000 because I just, it's like I lost it. So I just had to stop. I had to stop trading for like a week because I kept losing. Every single day I got in, I kept losing. I wasn't no trade plan.
Yeah, and yeah, EXO charts it can be a little bit hard for people to understand. Some people are just so used to, especially when you've been trading for a while, you're so used to looking at candlesticks, and you try to, like, I mean, even though it's the same, right? This is just a 30-minute chart, literally just a 30-minute chart, just without the wicks, basically. It's just showing you the high and the low, and then we mark the open and the half back, but it's so hard sometimes to just, like, give up that old stuff and try to understand something new. And so, a lot of people trade their profile like this. I see a lot of like Twitter posts that will show like a market profile, but it'll also show the candles overlaid over it, right? Just it's a matter of understanding how to utilize the tools for yourself, but until you understand the auction, and then we're back there, and I'm pretty much always going to bring it back there, it's just going to be tough. I don't really like that G high, to be honest with you. Even though it's not technically considered a mechanical high, when it comes up to the lows of previous bars like that, I kind of consider it a mechanical high and typically trade back through it. Your dad just buys and never sells? Well, depending upon how long he's been doing it, it's probably been working. Oh, mostly XRP? Yeah. The only thing I don't like about Bookmap is it's hard to see farther in the past as easy as it is for me to just go like this, right? And just see, okay, this was yesterday, this was the day before. It's hard to do that on Bookmap. And that's the thing that kind of, when I downloaded it, because it's free, you can download it for free and use it on crypto for free. But when I had downloaded it and kind of watched it for a little bit, that really kind of took me away. And when I first found it, fuck, I loved it. I was like, oh, this thing is the holy grail. This thing is just telling me everything. But I soon realized it just wasn't that easy. Peter Moore on Facebook, thank you. You thought we might be having fun with it. No, on the week low on the B and D, we now have broke. You take anything from the profile today, like a P increase, the odds of going down? Yeah, so I do, Tommy. I think, we're definitely one time framing down since this E period now, and unless the market can gain some steam and break this G high, that's that 4K. So it seems like a very mechanical level. But a lot of times, these mechanical levels are less important with the overall trend, and the overall trend is definitely down, for the year, week, day. Day is kind of balanced, but for year, month, week, we're pretty much in a downtrend. So if these guys can't get up here and break this level and fill in this kind of weak volume where you saw that kind of spike down, that's going to give me that sign that, oh, these buyers are weak and good odds to test lower. I'd like to see, you know, if we're going to hold, I'd like to see buyers start showing up at the open. You can see it looked like selling is kind of shutting off down here. Only 3 contracts trading on that low. But I would like to see buyers just keep stepping up above that open. That would show a little bit of strength in the market. And we do have, you know, a bit of excess down here. But I've seen excess like this hold before. And honestly, if this excess holds this big, which I don't know if it will, but let's say they don't break the open for the rest of the day, right? Just imagine with me that they don't. Tomorrow is probably going to be up if they don't break this open. That's just kind of showing that there's no selling down here, right? No supply. But it all starts first with the break of either this G high, which is weak short traders, and the strength of the market as it holds price above the open. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, Ross, so that's a good idea. I like that. What would be your advice to be a faster with your entries when they come? Hotkeys, Otto. You can have hotkeys that are set up to, especially if you're on Sierra, you can have hotkeys like set up to like buy the bid -1, buy the bid -2. Like, I mean, you can have them set up, and then you can set up your keys to just, instead of trying to click and drag, you can just tap the keyboard and boom, 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 your orders move whichever way you're tapping. What'd you make? Is that bacon? Yeah. I'll take some breakfast. It is breakfast time. I know, but that just smells so good. No, I'm okay. No, I'll eat after I work out. Okay, that sounds good. Oh, you'll feel like it. So we're just kind of bouncing back and forth here around yesterday's settle. It does look like sellers are trying to move down. They just seem to be kind of either getting absorbed or giving up here down here. It's hard to tell. Yeah, yeah. Your chart showing no call counts? Yeah, so look for them to try to get busy under the 90. That's kind of where it looked like sellers just kind of gave up on this last go. Struggling down here, it looks like. Yeah, there are scalpers that are, yeah, they just scalp ticks, you know, they're just like boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Like the selling starting to pick up right here. Let's see if they can push it. Still didn't hit that bottom contract or that bottom tick. That bottom tick is at 3 contracts still. Tick coming down here below 1,000. Still 3 contracts on the low. There we go. There's 6 on the low. Little front running going on in the open here. Yeah, so they just kind of front ran the open right here. So look for this 90 to reoffer. If these sellers are serious, they should be able to push it back down and go for that open. That's definitely their target there, but they got front ran and got a little bit stuck. So they're gonna try to run it back down. Apple's breaking the low. Everything's breaking the low here. Microsoft or Google's barely hanging on. Microsoft's almost down 2%. I mean, they're just fucking giving it their best effort down here. It's not enough. Oh yeah. You can get my my chart book for sure. It's in the Discord. There it goes. Taps the open for the follow through. A lot of sectors coming down here. $3 to 114, damn. Yeah, the low still looks like they want a little bit extra. Where's the money going if everything's falling into the dollar? All the money's going into the dollar because people are going to have to be paying some debts here pretty soon, and a lot of people are, you know, have taken loans out in the dollar. Dollar's going back down a little bit into balance. Watch for a break of the open and then a rebound here. If they don't break through and finish the open, there's a buyer here. So a lot of times what that buyer will do, pull the rug, let him come down, trap them, and then revert. So just be careful here. If you're in a short and looking for lower, be careful for a quick rebound once we break the open. $103.95. Yeah, I'll be interested to see because it's breaking out of monthly balance. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, breaking out of this monthly balance, and so we look here, you can see next level, that probably that 108 level seems like a mean, or maybe 106 level.
I gotta go, guys. I'll see if you guys are on later. I'll see you guys.
All right, we'll see you later then.
All right. Bye, you guys.
So there's a big bid chasing the market up right here. This is kind of what I was expecting. You know, gave him a little razzle dazzle, scooped him up. Looking, he's right on the bid. That sneaky fucker. I fucking knew it. You could just tell sometimes, you know what I mean? Like you can just tell by how the market's acting, like that he's just down there, just ready to just make some people feel some pain. You know what I mean? And he got their asses right there below the open. Now just look for him to cover, and then once he covers, you might see some more downside. There's some covering right there. More. Yeah, I don't know if BTC going up is, or if the dollar going up is good for Bitcoin. It doesn't seem like it. You know what I mean? Like if we were to do this chart. I mean, so if we just go from the peak of Bitcoin, the dollar's done nothing but go up, and Bitcoin's gone down 50% while the dollar's gone up 9%. You know what I mean? It doesn't seem like, even if we go back to the peak in, what date is this? This is April 2021, 13%, 51% down. It's just been a different rate of change, but definitely not in the same route, basically.
This price action sucks.
Yeah, it's getting pretty slow. It's about to be workout time here. Let the market just balance. I mean, while we're inside this balance here, we can kind of just expect some chop. You know, decent couple trades here throughout the day so far, but nothing really insane except for that trade on the open. Other than that, it's been kind of choppy all the way through. And really, we just, you know, monitor for that continuation or that acceptance below the open and start to test into these single prints. Looks like some selling's kicking back on here. That tick's coming down. The overall market hasn't given up yet. Like I said, it's just a little bit of rotation. And in order for, you know, things like Apple and, so let's look at Apple. You know, Apple's actually, you know, coming down to a pretty key level. But in order for these things to come down a little bit and kind of revalue, there goes some push through there. The rest of the market's got to rotate into things like Coca-Cola, you know what I mean? And Coca-Cola is doing pretty okay. And so as long as the money gets rotated back into the market just in different sectors, it can kind of start to rebalance everything out. But the market's going to have to suffer because Apple, Amazon, Tesla, Google are such a big weight, right? Like total, I think like they're like 30% of the S&P 500. So if just those 4 stocks go down or 5 stocks go down, they could drag the rest of it down. If they go up, they can drag the market up. So oh, okay. See, the thing is, if the dollar starts to crash, if the dollar bounces down, that'll be good for Bitcoin. Yeah, I agree with that. But if the dollar starts to crash, that could be an early indicator of a upcoming black swan event. You're up 5 pounds. Hit the junk in your car. All right, Pop. We'll see you later, man. Oof. Some sellers trying to come in down here. So that's telling you right there, right? So they accomplished their task. These weak-handed traders trading at this high that were trading at the 4K were able to give enough supply to hold the market down and entice more sellers to come in and push below the open, right? And so now the tug of war is back almost to even, basically, right? For a second, it was way up here and buyers were winning. Now it's way back down here and sellers are winning, right? The knot in the tug of war would be here. You can see the sellers are slowly trying to pull it. Let me look at the VIX. Some of the moves down today are just, kind of picking up steam. NASDAQ's looking to break its low as well. It's trying. Getting close. Yeah. I don't know who Deja's is. But yeah, the yen got wrecked. The euro's been just getting smashed, especially compared to the dollar. And that's kind of what I'm afraid of, is if the dollar breaks and those don't bounce, that's going to be, that's going to be an ugly sign, because that would basically signal that everyone's going basically cash. You know what I mean? Instead of rotating, they're just going to cash. They're just selling everything that they have. And that's when panic and capitulation start to really get scary. This thing's just liquidating down a little bit here. If there is a bounce, watch the 80 level. See if they come back down and reoffer that 80. Selling picking up. NASDAQ broke its low, so NASDAQ was the leader here. Dow's only down 0.24. ES is down 0.5%. A little bit of short covering there. Watch the 80 for a reoffer. How scary? I mean, it could be. I mean, that's the thing, is like, if people don't have faith in any of if any of these other entities, yeah, it could definitely be scary. Is that the one that you sent me, Poke? I think you might have sent me one. I might just not remember the name. Bunch of resting orders on that low on 39.70. Could you piss in your shorts? NASDAQ or the New York Stock Exchange breath has turned red as well. Pick is looking a lot like it did yesterday now, just pinning at the bottom. Took a lot of short covering right here. Let's see what it's got. Oh, a poor low, a weak low. See if it's gonna fix it. Oh, well, I appreciate you coming by. One tick below here. There they go. They fix it. Now let's see if, because a lot of this at that end of G looked like short covering to see kind of what it was. So watch that 80 level closely. If it starts to get above 80 with some steam, you'll be looking probably back up. I would say maybe like 90-ish area, 90, 94, maybe back up to the last or to the settle. I mean, break of the 80, probably maybe they resell the open, but I don't know. I could still just keep going too. Watch how these orders trade here. There's 300 lots sitting on the 70, that T2 low here. Kind of watching it. $285 below. They're moving up to buy. This is interesting. These are weak shorts. They're gonna IV crush people today. This thing needs to go. It needs to go down to like 65. Or else it might run up. 386 contracts trade on the low here. They're trying to get into that 70 to sell. There it goes. There they go. There's the red. The bloodbath has begun. Oh, come on. This weak ass shit. Get down to that 65.
Holy moly, you weren't right. The bloodbath has begun.
Yeah, they just can't. These fucking sellers are weak as shit. They need to get down that 65 or else they're gonna be trapped. They're fucked. Careful for a bounce here. Yeah, careful above 75. This thing might just go straight to 80 and then back to the open. Little baby back. Little baby back sellers over here. Oh, there's some selling coming in. Okay, okay. Everything's kind of hitting the low right now. See if they can get that low of the day. Look at that 65. Ooh, Tesla's down almost 5%. Oh, this thing is getting red, that's for certain. But why is it not breaking the low, I wonder? Careful above 75 still. If it gets above 75, it might just try to go. There we go. There's 65. Oh, it bounced right back, you motherfucker. Yeah,
Yo, would
70.
it be crazy? Would it be crazy to buy $500 of Luna right now just to see?
For that. I mean, I don't think so, just because it's just, I mean, oh,
I just bought $500 worth of it.
I mean, it's only $2, so if you lose your $500, you lose your $500. But I mean, just the opportunity for it to at least rebound maybe to like 30, you know, there's
imagine?
opportunity there. Just a matter of,
Yeah,
you know.
I figured. I told my girl, I was like, "Yo, if it goes to zero, we lose $500. If not, we're gonna win."
So these sellers are they continue to move down. Finally trying to hold below the 65. Hold on, this. Ooh, it's picking up some steam. Might the bounce there. Oh yeah. Thank you for the sub on YouTube. I appreciate it. Nasdaq's bouncing a little bit here. Starting to see some green. Remember, look for them to hold price below 75. If they give up that 75 level, you could see a lot more short covering. So today's still an inside day, guys. Remember that, right? I know as much as it's like, oh, let's short, we're just gonna wreck the world. Remember, it's inside still. We're inside yesterday's trading range. So there's been no break of balance yet. Not that it's not gonna happen. It's just it hasn't happened yet. So we still got to maintain perspective, right? That's what I'm trying to instill in you with that statement. It's not saying that you shouldn't be on a short. It's just that you've got to try to maintain perspective when we get down to a previous day's low and we have good excess. You've got to assume, and I mean, you can see right where it came to, that there are some buyers down here because there was some buyers down there yesterday, and there was a lack of supply down here, else the market would have traded lower, but it didn't. So we've got to assume that they're still down there until we're proven wrong, right? And if we were to get accepted below yesterday's low, I think the target below is going to be 33 right here, which is based off of a previous day's low from a history book. There it goes. So watch the 75 level. That's the level that they need to hold below. If they break that level, you could see a bunch of short covering. Just scared people. Ooh, green all over the board here. Nasdaq's bouncing. Weighted sectors are bouncing as well. The buying looks kind of weak, though. Yeah, well, I mean, mainly just looks like short covering, if I'm being honest. That's what I mean by weak.
Brad, you ever tried trading with a bot?
I've tried creating one and backtesting it, and then I've tried using an algo to trade on the live market, but not successfully consistently. I've heard though a lot of people use it. All right, guys. Well, the market's starting to chill out. It's about time for me to get a workout in. Hopefully you all had a good day. Remember, our CPI level is up here at 40.38, right? If the market gets above there, I would say that the clearance to go long is accepted. Of course, there's going to be opportunity to go long at other times, but that's where you'd be safer taking longs once the market is accepted above that price. We are starting to, kind of maybe start to see some sellers cover here, and the longer the price hangs out down here, the more enticing it is for other people to sell here. You've got to think about this. There's a two-way auction, so the way you entice people to sell things lower is if the fear starts to set in and price starts to run, people are gonna be like, oh, sell, 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 either because they're trying to get out of a long, or buying back their position. And then to the upside, watch this 75 level. That was a kind of a big level that these sellers held or absorbed on in order to finally break that A low and give some excess to the downside. And now that we've cleaned up a lot of these single prints, we can see the profile starting to show balance a little bit more, right? Little weak in here, so I wouldn't be surprised to see some of this fill in. But a little bit weak in there, but balanced still, right? We haven't broken yesterday's low, we haven't broken yesterday's high, right? Even all the way up to here is balance. So this is our balance zone, big balance area. Look for responsive buying down at the lows, look for responsive selling up at the top. Remember that we have some chop zones that are out there to try to avoid. Be patient, because that's what's going to get you paid. Make sure you have a trade plan and manage risk. And with that, I will catch you all tomorrow. You guys have a wonderful day, and I'll see you in the Discord.